My name is Zach Bailey, announcing for MBTV Sports, and I'm happy to be out here with you guys to bring another fun day of excitement and racing here to ERX. Like I said, this is round 6. We were here last night for round 5. We'll be back next week for rounds 7 and 8. But right now, we're focused on today's Sunday Funday activities. We got a lot of racing coming at you guys. Should have some fun, but before we get things all started over here, we want to take a moment to thank our country for being able to allow us to race snowmobiles, have a good time. So if you can all stand where you are, pause where you're at, remove your hats, and look towards the front where we have Cassandra standing up there to be playing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Give it up for Cassandra Scott, everybody. You'll be able to see her out there once again racing the Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 class. We always love getting to see people sing the national anthem live. So we want to thank her once again for being able to come out and celebrate our nation, give us a chance to thank everyone for being able to race motorsports freely here in the United States of America. Like I was saying earlier, we are back for round number 6 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX. We had a full night of excitement last night with 1 round of heats, 2 rounds of features. We are back today where we will be doing 2 rounds of heats and 2 rounds of features. So we got a lot of action coming at you here. We have today on our schedule 22 different races that we'll be going through. Starting things off, we have race number 1, our 120 improved stock class, and our 200 open class. For the 120 improved stock class, we have the 725 of Halata, the 123X of Olson, the 905 of Abraham, the 216 of Lang, the 88 of Reinhofer, the 114 of Jacobson. In the 200 open class, we have 7 competitors, the 545 of De Bruin, the 929 of Strees, the 388 of Bowerly, the 281 of Miller, the 989 of Custodio, the 939 of Storley, and the 612 of Würzburger. So we've got a packed crowd out there for you guys today. Lots of fun racing going on, and we are more than excited to get things started off here. The flagger is making sure everyone's good to go, and we are green flag racing for the first time today, round 6 of our Sunday Funday series. Like I said, green flag racing here today for our 120 improved stock and 200 open class. Out front early, we have 2 racers way ahead of the rest of the crowd. Looks to be the 939 leading the way, Everett Storley, setting a blistering pace on the rest of the field, trying to pull away, but he's got competition hot on his tail. Storley and his competitor both opt to take that outside line. I believe that might also be the 929 of Walter Streese right behind him, if I'm reading those numbers correctly. Storley and Streese battling head-to-head with about a full straightaway advantage over their third place competitor. Racers going through the rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Storley takes the far outside section as he goes into the front straightaway. Storley puts another lap in the books. 1 lap to go for Everett Storley. Walter Streese still hot on his tail, trying to keep him up close. Might try to battle for a pass up there eventually. 612 of Jace Wurtzberger following in behind them in third and leading a full pack of 120 improved stock and 200 open class racers right behind him. Storley and Streese have pulled away from the crowd, pulling up on the back end. Quite a bit of space before we get back to Wurtzberger, who only has about a half straightaway advantage over 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, hot on his tail. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out for your first race winner of the day, the 939 of Everett Storley taking the first W of the day. Streese going to finish second. And then up onto the front straightaway, the 612 of Wurtzberger going to round out your top 3. Up next, race number 2. Our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. We have 6 competitors today, the 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 140 of Brecken Gorsinger, the 202 of Peyton Weisbrod, and the 357 of Carson Krochik. Starter checks them, makes sure they're good to go. Green light is lit, and away we go for our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Leading the way early on, we have one competitor trying to pull away from the rest of the field. I believe that might be the 357 of Carson Krochik, who put on an impressive showing yesterday in the Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. But he's got a little bit of company hot on his tail. Just like we saw in the last class, our top 2 competitors slowly but surely trying to pull away from the rest of the field. And it looks like it's actually the 75 of Addison Schmeideker setting the pace here today. Krochik in second, right behind. Krochik looks to the outside, Schmeideker on the inside. Schmeideker has that inside preferred line. Just as I say it, Schmeideker goes over that middle barrier, hops off her sled, leaving Krochik all alone up front. Schmeideker is up, standing under her own power. We're going to check in on her, make sure everything is good there. A rough tumble, never something you want to be seeing while racing, but Schmeideker is back up under her own power, getting back on her sled. Make sure to give her a round of applause when she comes by. Out front, though, white flag is out for the 357 of Krochik. One more lap to go for Krochik in this second heat race of the morning. The 3 of Nelson and the 8 of Leo Schmeideker now in second and third. Nelson and Schmeideker have a little battle going on there. Just about 4 sled lengths separate these 2 competitors. A little bit of space before we get back to the 311 and the 141 right behind them. I believe that's Weisbrod and Gorsinger, if I'm correct. '75 of Addison Schmeideker making her way up and over that start-finish line tabletop after her rough tumble. Good to see her back up racing on the sled, but checkered flag is out for the 357 of Krochik, doing what he did yesterday, setting a blistering pace. A little bit of space before we get back to our second place competitor. It's going to be the 3 of Cashton Nelson finishing second, and the 8 of Leo Schmeideker rounding out your top 3 in the Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Race number 3, heat 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Starting off, we have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht out of Maple Lake, Minnesota, the 13 of Sylvia Waldock, the 20 of Everly Olson, the 26 of Violet Waldock, the 281 of Wyatt Miller, the 311R of Leah Pellet, the 524 of Michael Rambo, and the 612 of Jace Wurtzberger will be making the call today. 8 racers in heat number 1 of our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Looks like Schmeidecker had another little incident there. Back up and running once again, but we're going to let her finish her race quick before we get into our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Green light is out, and away we go for heat number 1 of our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. One competitor out front in front of a side-by-side battle for second and third as we go through the X Racing ERX corner in the northwest side of the track. Through the rhythm section, trying to flirt with 2 wide for our leader here. Leader's got some company hot behind his tail. Out front alone, though, it looks to be the 281 of Wyatt Miller leading the way, followed by the 524 and the 10. 524 of Michael Rambo, the 10 of Lambrecht hot on his tail. Nice 3-rider battle still raging strong up at the front of the track. Through the rhythm section, around the CNA Pro Skis corner, it's still Miller out front. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Miller. Rambo taking the inside along with Lambrecht. All 3 riders going for that same lane. Miller takes that left-hand lane along with our other 2 competitors. Lambrecht trying to get up side by side with the 524 of Rambo. Lambrecht in that podium position, trying to make his way up to second place. Get 1 spot better in this heat race for a better starting grid during our first feature of the day. It's still Miller, Rambo, Lambrecht top 3, and checkered flag is out. Like it stood, it's going to be Miller taking the win for Miller Angus. The 524 of Michael Rambo going to finish second. The 10 of Brantley Lambrecht rounding out your top 3. That was heat number 1. Heat 2 of our 200 stock 9 to 12 class is going to see the 17 of Auburn Owen, the 20X of Dakota Olson Racing for Olson Power and Equipment, Hair Bar, Waldock Crafts, the 21 of Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment powered Caleb Reinhofer, the 122 of Carson May out of Aitken, Minnesota, the 388 of Fly Racing's Evan Bowerly, the 545 of Hendrik DeBruin, sponsored by Sarah DeBruin State Farm, the 708 of J.C. Carlson from Litchfield, Minnesota, and Elko Newmarket's double wide Krups Resort, the garage door doctor number 939 of Everett Storley. Green lights are out for heat number 2, and away we go. Out front, it's a side-by-side battle for the lead. One racer reigning supreme, pulling away from the rest of the field. We had a nice side-by-side 2-sled battle going through the hole shot corner. But now we might have 3 wide coming up here in just a second. We're about 2 wide, bumping and banging, getting into each other. Out front alone, though, it's the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading the way. The 122 of May and the 939 of Storley hot on their tail. Storley takes the outside. Reinhofer and May take the inside. Storley works well on that outside, able to move up to second, tries to get up underneath Reinhofer to take over the lead, not quite doing it. Reinhofer still in your top spot. Storley hot behind in second. May push back to third after taking that outside line through the Woody's traction section. Reinhofer gets a little sideways. This gives a chance for Storley to get up side by side. We're too wide through the rhythm section. Storley to the inside, Reinhofer to the outside. They switch back. Storley now your sole leader. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Everett Storley. 21 of Caleb Reinhofer putting all his weight towards the front, trying to do everything he can to get back up to that lead position, but it's not quite going though. Storley's got the spot. He is powering through, and he is pulling away from the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer. Storley, Reinhofer, May, your top three. Just behind them, we have the 17 of Owen, the 708 of Carlson, and the 388 of Bowerly. And one last time onto the front straightaway here. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner. The 939 of Everett Storley taking the win for Stud Boy and the Garage Door Doctor. 21 of Caleb Reinhofer finishing second, and the 122 of May rounding out your top three. Race 5 up next, 120 stock. Race 6 should be in the staging area, junior girls, along with race 7 and 8, 200 stock 4 to 8 heats 1 and 2. For race 5 though, quite a few competitors. 17 racers in our 120 stock class. We have the 4Z of Jenkins, the 7 of Schultz, the 10 of Schultz, the 25B of Nelson, 25C of Christensen, 84X of Jenkins, 100 of Nelson, 100X of Johnson, 122X of Erickson, 126 of Stanek, 215 of Lang, 412 of Carty, 555 of Mickelson, 623 of Labs, 820 of Short, 829 of Latorno, and the 905 of Abraham. Lights are out. Green flag is waving. Away we go. Out front alone, though, one competitor pulling away from the rest. I believe it's the 122X of Jack Erickson with the early lead. Only one straightaway in, and he's already got a 3-sled advantage over second and third place. Second place competitor trying to pull up, however, on the 122X of Erickson. We've got swapping going all around throughout the track. One pile up developing in the X Racing corner over on the north end side. Seems to be about 6 sleds we have all piled up over there. Out front alone, though, white flag is out for the 122X of Erickson leading the way. Company right on his tail, though. The 412 of Carty. Carty moves to the inside. Carty now up to the lead. Carty to the lead. Erickson to second. We have the 100 of, I believe that's Cash Johnson, just outside the top three. Looks like we got most of our sleds going, but we have another sled up and over on the front straightaway. 17 riders in this class, bound to have quite a few mix-ups going on. We were able to get all of those sleds back up in order in the northwest side of the track right before our leaders got there. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our competitors. Only 2 turns left to make for our leaders as they come through the rhythm section. Side by side onto the front stretch. One last go to the checkered flag. He was able to make the pass back. The 122X of Erickson taking the win. 125C going to finish second and third. After taking the win, Erickson ended up getting into the side of one of his competitors. Had a little mix-up there. back up on his sled under his own power, so we are all good to go on that front. We'll give our racers a chance to finish up, get all resituated before we get to race number 6, Junior Girls. As a reminder, races 7 and 8, 200 stock 4 to 8, heats 1 and 2 should be in staging, along with race 9, Snow Bike Open, and race number 10, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 and Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17. Race 6, we have 3 girls lining up for the junior girls class. The 311R of Leah Pellet racing for Duke Boys, Cast Iron Bar and Grill, and Stokes Meat Market, along with the 619 of Aubrey Erickson and the 708 of JC Carlson. 2 wide going into the hole shot corner. Slight advantage to Carlson. Erickson and Pellet hot on her tail, though. Erickson and Pellet side by side. Erickson to the inside, Pellet to the outside. Pellet's able to secure that second place spot fully. It's now Carlson, Pellet, Erickson 1, 2, 3 through the rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Carlson pulling away from the rest of the field. Almost did the clean sweep yesterday in the class. Erickson was able to take over that final race for the win. Carlson trying to make sure she gets as far away from her competitors this time by so she doesn't have to worry about any trouble behind her. Pellet and Erickson still side by side. Erickson had the slight advantage, took that outside line. Pellet was able to take the shorter distance to the inside, secure that second place spot once again, setting her eyes on Carlson. Carlson goes through that inside rhythm section. Pellet to the outside, able to smooth by, gain a little bit of ground on Carlson, but not too much. We still got about 4 sled lengths in between our top 2 competitors as the 619 of Erickson is able to come up on the tail of Pellet. Carlson pulls away. Pellet still in second. Erickson looks to the inside of Pellet, trying to figure out to where to make a pass. Gets side by side through that inside line. Almost touches. Able to get up to second at the checkered flag. It's going to be Carlson with the W. Erickson in second. Pellet in third. Race 7 gets the green light. Heat number 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. The 5 of Mortensen, the 10R of Bitson, the 26 of Waldock, 99 of Geyer, 102 of May, 140 of Gorsinger, 409 of Carlson, 517 of Abraham, 524 of Rambo, and the 712 of Schoen making the call. Another quick announcement for our snow bike classes. You are needed in staging as you are not the next class, but the very next class after that. So our 3 snow bike racers, Austin Fridgen, Sawyer Dilbeck, and Braden Strom should all be up in the staging area as you are one of the next classes to hit the track here. 1 sled up and over in our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. It was one of our top competitors getting sideways. Looks like the 517 of Noah Abraham was able to take over the lead, but he's got company hot on his tail. I believe that might be the 102 of Breck May, if I'm seeing correctly. Side by side through the rhythm section on the west end, Abraham has the lead. But excuse me, it's the 524 of Michael Rambo trying to make his way up to that top spot. Rambo looks to the outside, nothing there, dips to the inside, still not working. 102 of Breck May in third, right behind them. But he's got company as well. It's the 99 of Geyer hot on his tail. Abraham, Rambo, May, Geyer, 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of space before we get back to our 5th place competitor, the 409 of Carlson, rounding out your top 5. .102 of Breck May puts another lap in the books after that slight hiccup there in the ROX Speed Effects corner. Checkered flag is out. Abraham going to take the win. Rambo going to finish second. And it's the 10R of Bitson rounding out your top 3. That was heat number 1. Heat number 2, we have another hungry pack of racers, 10 racers in all, 23 of Liam Peterson, the 85 of Colton Neifel, the 202 of Henry Ford, the 216 of Carter Lang, the 410 of Owen Lance, the 618 of Gunnar Potsky, the 729 of Noah Olson, the 823 of Cooper Schoen, the 910 of Henrik Storley, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio. Green lights are out, and away we go. It's the 910, I believe, of Storley leading the charge. Bumping and banging, our second place rider going up and over on the northwest side. Held on to that second place spot, was fighting for the lead, goes up, gets off his sled, now back to the back of the field. That leaves out front alone the 910 of Henrik Storley leading the charge with a good gap between the 23 of Peterson and the 85 of Neifel. Right behind them in fourth, the 989 of Custodio, looking to take over one of those podium spots if he has the chance. Storley, Peterson, Neifel, Custodio, 1, 2, 3, 4. As we have another rider going up and over on the inside of the Rock Speed Effects corner. 216 of Lang, who had wrecked, well, holding on to that second place spot earlier, makes his way over. And now we have our third place competitor going up and over on the X Racing corner there. That was the 85 of Neifel. Neifel down, held onto that podium spot. White flag is out for the 910 of Storley. Storley only has one more lap to go. 23 of Peterson in second. And the 989 of Custodio able to capitalize on Neifel's wreck. Custodio now up to third, taking over that podium position. Right behind them, the 729 of Noah Olson holds on to fourth, hoping he might see something like that happen again to take over a podium spot. As it currently sits, it's Storley, Peterson, Custodio, Olson, your top four. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is waving for the double wide. Krupp's Resort number 910 of Henrik Storley taking the win. Peterson going to finish second. Custodio rounding out your top three. Race 9 up next. Snow Bike Open class, we have three competitors. After that, race 10, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 and Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17, along with race 11, Pro 206, and race 12, our TSS 440 to 600 Invitational should all be in staging as well. For our Snow Bike class, three competitors. We have the 7 of Austin Frigian racing for Red River Adventures out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. The 34 of Sawyer Dillbeck racing out of Vargas, Minnesota. And the 714 of Braden Strom racing the Yamaha for Red River Adventures out of Vargas, Minnesota. Three bikes, green flag flies. One bike goes out front early. Two side-by-side battle for second and third. Hot on his tail. We're single file throughout the rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Out front early, though. First lap is officially in the books for the 714 of Braden Strom leading the charge. Right behind him, it's the 7 of Frigian and the 34 of Dillbeck rounding out your top three. Strom, Frigian, Dillbeck, 1, 2, 3. Strom with the slight advantage, looking over his shoulder, seeing how far back Frigian is. Trying to pull away quickly. Now this right here is a new class that you're seeing offered out here at ERX Motor Park for the Sunday Funday series, our Snow Bike Open class. It's a really cool class. So what these are, as you can see, they are just your classic dirt bikes. You'll have Yamaha YZ250Fs out there, maybe a few Honda CRF 250Rs racing throughout there through the winter months. Through the summer, they have those classic knobby tires racing motocross, supercross. But in the winter, however, they swap them out for those timber sled conversions. So the timber sled turns these normal dirt bikes into more of a snowmobile motorcycle hybrid as we throw those tracks on the back. Checkered flag is out for your first snow bike race of the day. Give it up for the 714 of Strom taking the win. The 7 of Phrygian going to finish second, and the 34 of Dillbeck rounding out your top 3. Race number 10, Junior Ditchbanger 10-13 as the 5 of Casey Wallace, the 17 of Eli Gluns, 25W Weston Christensen, 27 of Casey Scott, and the 59 of Lyric Knighton. Junior Ditchbanger 13-17 class has the 71 of Oa Hamilton, the 383 of Bowerly, 521 of Olson, 726 of Holicky, and the 942 of Streese. All 10 of our racers making the call. Early advantage onto the front stretch going to be the 726 of Holicky leading the charge. The 383 of Bowerly in second. Then a nice two-way battle between the 71 and the 521 of Olson. Olson almost goes up and over, getting those tracks locked. Able to hold on for that fourth place position. But it's the 71 of Hamilton still holding on to that third place spot. A little bit of space before we get back to our fifth place competitor, the 59 of Lyric Knighton, holding on strong, but he's got quite a battle right behind him. Side-by-side battle for 6th and 7th, as well as 8th and 9th right on their tail. Another lap in the books for the 726 of Holicky, pulling away from the 383 of Bowerly. Side-by-side battle still raging between Olson and Hamilton. Hamilton with the slight advantage takes that inside line. Olson looks to the outside, doesn't want to get cut down on again this time. Hamilton securing that lone third spot. Olson still battling fast, trying to take over the final podium position. Casey Scott, our national anthem singer, puts another lap in the books. It's still Holicky, Bowerly, Hamilton, Olson, 1, 2, 3, 4. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our junior ditchbanger racers. Knighton putting another lap in the books along with the 17 of Gluns. Gluns currently sitting 6th overall in this race, actually leading the junior ditchbanger 10-13 class. So even though they're running in the middle of the field, they are currently a race winner as it stands. But the 5 of Wallace hot on their tail. Out front, checkered flag flies. Lucas Holicky going to take the win for Happy Holstein Dairy. Then it's going to be the 383 of Bowerly finishing second, and the 71 of Hamilton going to hold on to that win. Or hold on to that third place spot. First lap officially in the books for our Pro 206 class. The 21 of Reinhofer leading the charge. The Mohawk Master doing what he did best yesterday. Leading early on, right behind him. Bobbling and banging. It's the 88 of Reinhofer. Holds on for second, along with the 517 of Abraham in third. Right behind them, a two-sled battle between the 612 of Wurzburger and the 25K of Cashton Nelson. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Reinhofer. pulling away from the rest of the field as Abraham's able to make a move up to second. Abraham now up to the 2 spot. 88 of Reinhofer back to third. Reinhofer's still got company from Cashton Nelson, though. Nelson in fourth, ducks to the inside, tries to make a move to get that third place spot. Not going to do it. That outside line definitely seems to be the quickest option so far. That nice smooth option on the left-hand side as opposed to the right rhythm section. Bobbling some people up there. Nelson back to fourth. And just as I say it, Reinhofer spins a bit. Reinhofer now back to fourth. Nelson up to third. Checkered flag is out. Your heat race winner is going to end up being the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer taking the W for Rough Cut Grill and Bar. 5:17 of Abraham finishing second. And Reinhofer finishing third. Yellow flag out on the track. Red flag going as we started our next class before one of our riders was off the track. Looks like the 25K of Nelson went down just before the start-finish line. We'd already sent our next class green, so we're going to have to give them a quick restart. Need to make sure that everything's okay with our racers here. We're going to let them restart our TSS 440 to 600 Invitational. Lineup for race number 12 goes like this. The 7 of Brian Schultz, the 17 of Gary Rude, the 22 of Tyler Barber, 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 45 of Caden Anderson, the 54 of Tucker Anderson, the 83 of Chris Spicer, the 126 of Eli Kramer, 213 of Isaac Pavic, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, the 506 of Garrett Johnson, and the 623 of Mike Pellet. We're going to get all our racers relined up in their correct starting order before we do a quick restart on our Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational, a new class that we're offering here this weekend, similar to the snow bike class. This Thomas Snow Sports Articat 94 to 2002 Invitational, drawing quite a crowd in our first 2 races. We had a few racers yesterday, have even more today. Looks to have 12 racers out there in this class. Making sure everyone is relined up in their correct starting order. We don't have anyone on the track. Track is clear. Starter checks our racers. Green light is out and away we go. Out front early looks to be the 213 of Pavic setting the charge. Pavic's got company. He's leading that race. But he's able to get passed by the 506 of Johnson, takes over the lead. 623 of Pellet moves up to second in the meantime. 213 of Pavic's fighting back, trying to keep that second place spot and move back into the lead he initially had. It's still Johnson, Pavic, Pellet, 1, 2, 3. Pellet's got quite a bit of company on his tail. One rider to the inside, one rider right behind him. I believe it's the 54 of Anderson in fifth right behind him, and the 393 of Fruth to the inside. Out front alone, though, trying to pull away from the rest of the field. The 506 of Johnson leading the charge. Side-by-side battle for second and third. It's now the 393 of Fruth in second. Pavic back to third. 623 of Pellet in fourth. 54 of Anderson in fifth. Fruth takes that inside rhythm section line. Pavic to the outside. Pavic still holding on strong for third. About 3 sled lengths before we get back to the 623 of Pellet in fourth. It's Johnson, Fruth, Pavic, Pellet, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pellet's got company hot on his tail. It's still the 54 of Anderson there. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 506 of Garrett Johnson out of Rogers, Minnesota. Fruth looking to make up some lost ground. Had a great start that first time by, had to do a restart and got stuck about halfway through the pack. Worked his way up from the middle of the field up to second, but it might not be enough time to get up to that lead spot. 26 is Zach O'Mara, now able to sneak up to that third place position. Pavic back to fourth. O'Mara now up to third, setting his eyes on the 393 of Fruth. Out front alone, though, checkered flag flies for Johnson Outdoor Services. Park Rapids number 506, Garrett Johnson taking the win. Fruth going to finish second, and it's the 26 of O'Mara rounding out your top three. Race 13, transition 8 to 10, and junior 10 to 13 up next. Race 14, 600 open 18 plus, and junior 16 to 17. Race 15, ditch banger 2000 to 2009, and race 16, junior 14 to 17, and junior open should all be in the staging area. For race 13, though, green flag is out. 6 racers in these 2 classes. Transition 8 to 10, we have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, 707 of Norman, 708 of Carlson, 816 of Speaker. And in junior 10 to 13, we have the 114 of Onstadt and the 952 of Rath. All 6 racers making their way through the rhythm section over on the west end of the track. But out front alone, though, leading the charge, it's going to end up being the 114 of Onstead leading from the junior 10 to 13 class. Rath hot on his tail in second overall. The 707 of Easton Norman in third place overall, currently leading the transition 8 to 10 class. So we have our 2 junior 10 to 13 competitors out front. Our transition 8 to 10 class following suit behind. The 10 of Lambrecht in fourth overall, second in the transition 8 to 10 class, and the 816 of Speaker in fifth overall, third in the transition 8 to 10 class. Out front, it's a side-by-side battle for the junior 10 to 13 and overall race lead. Another lap in the books as Ruth is able to squeak by. Ruth now up to the overall lead. Onstead back to second. Ruth takes that outside line in the Power Lodge corner. Onstead to the inside left side lane. Moves up over to the right side, right behind Rath through the Woody's Traction rhythm section. It's still Norman in third place overall. Lambrecht sets a charge over on the left through that smooth line, side by side through the hole shot corner. Lambrecht now up to third overall. Norman back to fourth overall, second in the class. And just as I say that, they bump and bang Norman off the track. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Ruth and Onstad. Or Rath and Onstad. My apologies. It's Rath, Onstead, Lambrecht, 1, 2, 3. Then it's Speaker and Norman just outside the podium positions. One last time through the rhythm section and into that CNA Pro Skis left-hand corner on the west end of the track. Checkered flag is out for UP Cycle and Sports number 952. Jackson Rath taking the W. Onstead going to finish second with the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht rounding out your top 3 overall and winning the transition 8 to 10 class. Up next, race 14, 600 open, 18 plus, has the 068 of Peyton Smith and the 712 of Lane Peterson. Junior 16 to 17 class has the 155 of Brody Esselman. 3 racers, 2 classes, one heck of a lot of fun. After this, we have race 15, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009, race 16, junior 14 to 17 and junior open, and race 17, transition 8 to 12 combined should all be in staging. Green flag is out for race 14. Out front early, your leaders, the 712 of Lane Peterson, taking the whole shot, setting the pace. Peterson pulling away from the rest of the field. Already 4 sled lengths ahead. Our second place rider, Boblin, pushes back to third. That gives the 155 of Esselman a chance to move up. Smith got all sorts of slideways going on there through that rhythm section, was holding on strong to that second place spot. bobbled enough to give Esselman the chance to move up, take over that 2 spot. Esselman currently sitting second overall, leading the junior 16 to 17 class right now. Top 2 racers here, both class leaders as we speak. Peterson leading the overall charge in the 600 Open 18 plus class. Esselman second overall, leading the junior 16 to 17 class. Another lap in the books for Peterson and Esselman. Single file throughout the field. Evenly spaced for our top 3 competitors, each with about 5 sled lengths in between them. As the white flag flies, one more lap to go for Lane Peterson in the lead. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to some of our sponsors. A few of our main sponsors, Aeroplax Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic Center, and Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation. Not only are they streaming sponsors for us, allowing us to give you free live streaming coverage of the 2025 Sunday Funday series, they're also premier Sunday Funday sponsors as well. Got to give a big shout out to those guys. Thank them all for being out here. If it weren't for them, not only would we not be racing, but we wouldn't be able to live stream the coverage of this racing. Race 14, though, checkered flag flies. Lane Peterson taking the win for Plastids. The 155 of Esselman, second overall, winning the class in the junior 16 to 17 race. Race 15, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. A whole slew of riders. The 3 of Niebuhr, the 4Z of Forsland, 5 of Wallace, 6 of Peterson, 10 of Koffler, 11 of Kane, 61 of Miller, 77 of Patton, 95 of Patton, 128 of O'Rourke, 198 of Bishop, 419 of Hanson, 580 of Witham, 716 of Cordes, 725 of Dunham. One racer out front leading the way. It's going to be the 61 of Zach Miller with the early advantage. The 6 of Gavin Peterson in second. Then we've got a side-by-side battle for third and fourth between the 198 of Bishop and the 419 of Hanson. Company, though, with the top 5 riders, the 580 of Witham, setting his sights on that podium position. Witham to the outside, looking to take over fourth and third. Not going to quite do it this time by. Out front alone, though, it's still the 61 of Zach Miller from Zimmerman, Minnesota, leading the charge. Company to the outside, though. Gavin Peterson takes over the lead on the front straightaway. Peterson, your new race leader. Miller back to second. Side by side for third and fourth as well. 419 of Hanson able to muscle his way into the podium position. 198 of Bishop back to fourth, but Bishop's got problems. Bishop stalled on the inside of the ROX Speed Effects corner. Stalled, looks to be overheating, smoke coming from the under the engine. Not a good sign right there. This will give our other racers a chance to move up a position. White flag is out, one more lap to go for the 6 of Gavin Peterson. 61 of Zach Miller looks to the outside. Peterson got some lap traffic issues going on. Gets stuck behind Bishop. This will give Miller the chance he needs to move back into the lead. Miller, Peterson side by side. Lap traffic gets in the way. Miller able to retake over the lead. It's the 716 of Jory Cordes holding up our leaders. Getting in between that battle. Miller just what he needed to get back up to the top spot through that rhythm section. One last time around, checkered flag is out for the 61 of Zach Miller taking the win. The 6 of Peterson going to finish second, and the 419 of Hanson rounding out your top 3. Up next, race 16, we have one racer in the Junior Open class, the 712 of Lane Peterson. In the Junior 14 to 17 class, we have the 155 of Brody Esselman, the 198 of Brecken Bishop, the 256 of Drew Bowerly, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly, and the 521 of Julia Olson. We're going to let our track clear as we take our Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 riders off. Last racer going to take the checkered flag. The 11 of Tom Kane finishing up his race. Starter checks our junior 14 to 17 and junior open classes. Gets the good to go. Green light is out. And it's Peterson in second. One racer moving to the inside. The 256 of Bowerly leading the way. Taking the whole shot. Bowerly in the lead. Peterson from second back to third. One racer in between them taking over the lead as Bowerly has some issues. Stalls in the rhythm section. Now out front alone, it's the 198 of Bishop leading the charge. Peterson looks to the outside. Peterson trying to take over that lead. Esselman in third. Takes that inside line. The 383 of Ryan Bowerly now in fourth. Brecken Bishop leading the charge in this race. After having issues in that last class, the Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 class, his dead sled still sitting on the infield, trying to lead the race this time by. He'd been in the lead in the previous race on his other sled, trying to make up for some lost ground there now. Brecken out front alone, Peterson in second, the 155 of Brody Esselman in third. Now Brecken and Esselman, currently running first and third, are the top two racers in the junior 14 to 17 class. The 712 of Lane Peterson currently splitting the difference in second overall, leading the junior open class. White flag is out, one more lap to go. Two leaders lead the way. All four of our top four riders take that inside route through the Power Lodge left-hand corner. Bishop, Peterson, Esselman, Bowerly, 1, 2, 3, 4. Single file throughout the field. One last time onto the start straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your race winner. The 198 of Brecken Bishop making up for his last race. Peterson going to finish second with the win overall in the junior open class. And the 155 of Esselman rounding out your top three. Race 17 up next. Transition 8 to 12 combined as four racers. Race 18, Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational. Race 19, Ditch Banger Twins, Leaf Spring, and Ditch Banger Triples. And race number 20, Ditch Banger 90 to 99, should all be in staging. For race 17, transition 8 to 12 combined, we have the 114 of Cade Onstad, the 200 of Wyatt Olson, the 535 of Mason Doffing, and the 973 of Wyatt Strazy. Sounds good. Quick announcement for all our kids out there. Word on the street is that during this first intermission, we're going to end up having some chicken fights going on down on the front straightaway tabletop. So we have a few races left before we finish off our first round of heats. 22 races. We're on race 17, getting the green light now. Kids, make your way on down to the front straightaway in the next few races if you want to be a part of that intermission chicken fight. Out front, though, for the transition 8 to 12 combined class, currently leading the way and pulling away. It's the 114 of Cade Onstad setting the charge. Hot on his tail, though. He's got competition right behind him. Onstad not quite able to pull away, but definitely not being reeled in. The 973 of Wyatt Strazy in second. 535 of Doffing in third. Right behind them, the 200 of Wyatt Olson. Holding on to a solid fourth place finish. Onstead, Strazy, Doffing, 1, 2, 3. Onstead now able to pull away slightly from his competitors. He was being reeled in slightly, but now he's able to, with a free track ahead of him, take away the rest of the pack. Strazy with some competition hot on his heels, now battling in that side of things. Not able to set his sights on the leader quite as well. Strazy all over the back end. Doffing's up and on his tracks, on his sled. Doffing pushes back slightly, but he's still right there. It's Onstead, Strazy, Doffing. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Onstead, with now a full straightaway advantage over the battle for second and third. Strazy on the inside, holding on to second by a millisecond. Doffing moves up, goes up and over, gets under his sled. Doffing had that second place for just a second. Pushed it a little too hard, went up and over the berm. He's back up and under his own power. So Doffing's all good, but that opened up the gap for the 200 of Olson to now move up to third. Checkered flag is out. Onstad taking the win for All Finish Concrete Fly Racing. This two creations. 973 of Strazy going to finish second. Olson going to round out your top three. Race 18, Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational. We have the 22 of Fletcher John out of Cambridge, Minnesota. The 32 of Nash Unzi. 77 of Zach John. 163 of Alex Gillespie. The 303 of Cade Chaudinard. And the 318 of Logan Fratellone. Track is clear and away we go. All six racers making the start of this Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational. Out front alone, though, first lap officially in the books for the 32 of Nash Unzi. Unzi leading the way. The 77 of John right behind in second. Our third place racer getting up on one ski there, now having trouble from the inside. It's the 303 moving up to third. Chaudinard was holding on to fourth. Third place racer had some issues there, slowed down just enough for Chaudinard to get by. And right as I say it, Chaudinard now back to fourth. Out front alone, though, it's still Unzi up top. Unzi out of Columbus, Minnesota, leading the charge. 77, 303, 318, and 163 behind them. Looks like the 22 of Fletcher John calls this race for a day. He's off the track, going back to the trailer. It's Unzi, Zach John, Chaudinard, 1, 2, 3. Just behind them, Fratellone and Gillespie. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational class. Schoenard able to move up to second, gets a bit bobbly over that start-finish line tabletop, setting his eyes on Unzi, trying to take over that lead. Both racers go to that inside line through the Rock Speed FX corner. Schoenard to the outside, Unzi on the inside. Is that going to be the pass he needs? He's able to capitalize. Schoenard now up to the lead. Unzi's not going without a battle, though. Cuts down low. Unzi back up to the top. Schoenard back to 2. The battles for the lead, ladies and gentlemen, through the rhythm section. Both racers have some issues side by side. One last time onto the front stretch. Checkered flag is out. Who's it going to be? It's a drag race to the line. Schoenard going to take the win. 303, a Cade Schoenard out of North Branch, Minnesota, taking the win for Fratellone Racing. Nash Unzi going to finish second. And it's the 77 of Zach John rounding out your top 3. Race 19 on the track now. 3 different classes. Ditch Banger Twins, Leaf Spring, and Ditch Banger Triples. 12 of our racers making the call. Out front alone, though, green flag is out for your race leader, the 733 and the 61. 733 of Derek Bart, 61 of Zach Miller, 1 and 2. Right behind them, we have the 580, I believe that is, of Brian Witham rounding out your top 3. Miller looks to the inside, trying to take over the lead. It's still Bart's leading the charge. Bart's, Miller, Witham, 1, 2, 3. And taking a closer look, it looks like that third place racer might actually be the 731 of Jager Cordes. Side by side for the lead, Miller with the slight advantage takes that outside line. Bart's on the inside, Bart's back up to the lead. They're swipping and swapping, bumping, banging. Miller up to 1, Bart's back to 2. One more lap to go. White flag about to hit next time by. White flag is out for Zach Miller. One more lap to go for our race leader in the Ditch Banger Twins class. Right behind him, the 733 of Derek Bart's leading the charge for Ditch Banger Triples. And that is the 731 of Jager Cordes rounding out your top 3. Cordes looks to be on a borrowed sled. Side-by-side battle locked up for 4th and 5th between the 207 and 716. Ramberg and Jory Cordes now 4th and 5th. And one last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 61 of Zach Miller taking the win for Miller Angus, winning the Ditch Banger Twins heat. Right behind them, the 733 of Derek Bartz taking 2nd overall, winning the Ditch Banger Triples class for T&Z Performance. And it's the 731 of Jager Cordes rounding out your top 3. Up next, Ditch Banger 90 to 99. 13 racers, the 8 of Peterson, 14 Jacobson, 22 of Barber, 47 of Smizek, 98 of Cole, 148 of Ulsiker, 212 of Edwards, 235 of Roser, 308 of Schrupp, 318 of Fratellone, 621 of Weiland, 732 of Luminen, and the 749 of Finnefrock. Race 19 officially cleared the track. Starter checks for race 20. Ditch Bangers are all ready to go. Green light hits. And out front with the early lead, it's the 14 of Jacobson taking the whole shot through that first corner. Company on his outside, looks to the inside through that X Racing corner, not going to do it, goes up and over, was holding on to second, trying to battle for the lead, now all the way back to the bottom step. Out front, it's still the 14 of Jacobson leading the charge. First lap in the books, it's Jacobson, the 732 of Luminen, and the 308 of Schrupp, 1, 2, 3. 7:49 and 2:35 right behind them in 4th and 5th. Through the Woody's Traction rhythm section, our top 3 racers evenly spaced. The 14 of Jacobson pulling even further ahead, almost a full straightaway advantage over the second place racer, the 732 of Luminen. Another lap in the books for the 14 of Joni Jacobson. Might see a battle developing for second and third. The 732 of Luminen has it. The 318 of Fratellone wants it. Fratellone to the outside, tries to duck down underneath Luminen. They're side by side. Fratellone takes that smooth outside line through the Woody's Traction, able to get side by side, secures the pass. Fratellone now up to second, Luminen back to third. Quite a bit of space before we get back to our 4th place rider. Out front, nearly a third of a lap advantage. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 14 of Johnny Jacobson from Glenwood, Minnesota. .318 of Fratellone puts a lap in the books, along with the 732 of Luminen. Just behind them, a 3-sled battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 149 of Ulsiker puts another lap in the books, and this brings our white flag to an end. Checkered flag is out for our race winner, the 14 of Jacobson, going to take the W for Black Magic Motorsports, Conklin Arctic CNA Pro Skis. About half a lap behind. In second, the 318 of Logan Fratellone going to take the 2 spot. Who's it going to be for third? It's a drag race down to the line. Checkered flag. 732 of Luminen going to finish third, with company hot on their tail. Race 21 plus 30 snowcross up next. Race 22, our final heat race right afterwards. Plus 30 snowcross, we have the 15 of Jason Stuber, the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 110 of Josh Bolter, the 221 of Andrew Jenkins, the 541 of Kurt Wurzberger, and the 901 of Ben Buckles. We're going to make sure our final racers are cleared off the track from our previous race before we get back to some plus 30 snowcross racing. Green flag is out. The 110 of Bolter is up there, but I believe it's the 26 of Zach O'Mara who's possibly taking that early race lead. Out front alone and pulling away from the rest of the field. Already nearly half a straightaway advantage over second place. The 26 of Zach O'Mara leads the charge. 541 of Wurzberger and the 110 of Bolter hot on their tail. Bolter's got company though. In 4th place, the 901 of Buckles right down there. Buckles takes that inside line through the Rock Speed Effects corner. Buckles trying to move up to third. Not quite going to do it this time by. Getting up side by side through the hole shot corner. 110 of Bolter to the outside. Bolter cuts back down, secures that 3rd place position solely. Out front alone, though, it's still O'Mara leading the charge. Another lap in the books for Zach O'Mara. 541 of Kurt Wurzberger in second. That side-by-side battle still raging. Now the slight advantage going to the 901 of Buckles. Buckles to the inside. 110 of Bolter to the outside. Buckles has some issues. Bolter back now up to third. Buckles back to 4th, but now he's got company to his side. It's the 15 of Stuber. Stuber now takes over 4th after Buckles' bobble. 221 of Andrew Jenkins pulls in, securing that 6th place spot. White flag is out for O'Mara. One more lap to go in our plus 30 snowcross class. O'Mara, Würzburger, Bolter, Stuber, Buckles, Jenkins, your lineup as it currently stands. One last time through the West End Rhythm section around the CNA Pro Skis corner. Checkered flag is flying for O'Mara Motorsports. Thomas Snow Sports number 26 is Zach O'Mara taking the win for Oak Grove, Minnesota. 541 of Kurt Würzburger going to finish second. And the 110 of Josh Bolter going to round out your top three. Final race for heat races number 1 coming up. Race 22 are WSA X classes. In the WSA X 440 improved class, we have the 198 of Brecken Bishop. WSA X 600 improved, we have the 6 of Gavin Peterson, the 61 of Zach Miller, and the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. And in our WSA X open class, we have the 732 of Jager Cordes. 6 racers, 5 of them making the call. Out front alone, though, and pulling away from the rest of the field, your early race leader going to end up being the 303. Looks to be the 731, actually, of Jager Cordes. Cordes leading the charge, using a borrowed sled. So it's Cordes out front, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth in second. Onto the front straightaway. Cordes puts another lap in the books. Fruth holding on to second. Miller's company. Miller now moves up to second on the 61. The 6 of Gavin Peterson fighting there as well. Peterson tries to take over that second place spot. Miller to the outside. Cordes and Peterson to the inside. Peterson has that nice smooth line, able to rocket around the corner. Peterson, your new race leader. It's Peterson, Cordes, Miller, 1, 2, 3. Fruth back to 4th now. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 6 of Gavin Peterson leading the charge in the WSA X 600 improved class. 61 of Zach Miller hot on his tail. The 303 of Jager Cordes, the lone racer in the WSA X Open class, currently sitting 3rd overall, leading the WSA X Open race. Mitchell Fruth sitting 4th. And I believe that's going to be Brecken Bishop in 5th. Bishop now up to 4th. Fruth back to 5th. But checkered flag is out. Last checkered for heat number 1. Gavin Peterson going to take the W. Miller going to finish 2nd. Cordes rounding out your top 3. We're going to do some track prep real quick for you guys here. And as a reminder, we will be doing chicken fights in just a few minutes up on the front straightaway tabletop. For all you kids who might be interested, feel free to stop on down, get up right next to the front. We'll get things started here, and we will be back with some green flag action momentarily.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
on the front straightaway. We have some kids up there doing a few chicken pool floaty races down the face of the start-finish line tabletop. One racer going up and over on the white chicken over on the right-hand side. Now, racing's always a fun sport, but we do always like to try to do some other fun events like this here at ERX Motor Park during these Sunday Funday events. This time it's the orange chicken going up, head over beak. Side-by-side battles going on. Even spacing. If you haven't already, for any of the kids in attendance here at ERX, we are doing those chicken fights out on the front starting line, or up on the start-finish line. Feel free to make your way on out there to any of the kiddos who want to be a part of this. And also for the parents here, just a reminder, we do have a couple food trucks out back serving some food all day long. Make sure to hit them up, give them some support, thank them for coming out here to help keep us warm, feed us. We have the barbecue junkies out there serving pulled pork sandwiches, smoked brats, chicken wings. We also have the Pizza Barn food truck. Now, you may recognize them. They have a full-size restaurant in Princeton, Minnesota, but they're out here today selling their pizza by the big slice, their cheese bread, their pickle roll-up pizza slice. They even heard that today was Hawaiian Theme, so they have a Hawaiian pizza slice out here as well. Make sure to hit up those two food trucks back there. Thank them for coming out here. Give them a little bit of support so that we can bring them out again next time by. I know that the Pizza Barn will be here during the Ditch Banger races later on this month, so make sure to give them some support. And again, as a quick reminder, to all of the people here at the track right now, we are live streaming today's coverage for free online at mbtvsports.com. We're live streaming on the website. Like I said, mbtvsports.com. Also live streaming on the MBTV Sports Facebook page, the Twitter page at MBTV Sports, and the YouTube page as well. Make sure to like and share the Facebook live stream post. Send that YouTube or website link on over to your friends and family. Retweet the X link, the Twitter link. Send it out to whether it's your friends and family who couldn't make it today, your arch rivals you want to show off to. Make sure to send that link on over. And while we're at it, if you have any events coming up that you would like to have live streamed, whether it is other racing events like this, sporting events, concerts, ceremonies, make sure to reach out to Matt Bowl at MBTV Sports, and he will do everything he can to get some live streaming coverage going for your events. Reach out to Matt Bowl either through the contact form on the website or send a message to mbtvsports@gmail.com. He will be more than happy to get some more event coverage going on for all of you guys out there.
Everything went sideways because I don't have
Hey, everybody. Thank you for coming out for another weekend of Sunday Funday. Always a pleasure to have you out here with us at ERX. We couldn't do it without you, and we sure couldn't do it without this incredible list of sponsors here. At the top of the list, we want to thank our friends from the Hunter Hool Foundation, DLO Excavating, Aeroplex Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic, Fox, Husqvarna, CNA Pro Skis, Stud Boy, Woody's, MBTV Sports Live Streaming, 509, Caliber, Power Lodge, and Chopper Power Sports.
Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. First call for our first 3 races to start making your way over to the staging area. We are about to finish our first intermission. So once again, our first few races should make their way over to the staging area right now. That is race number 1, our 120 improved stock and 200 open classes. Race 2, snow scoot, snow sport. And races 3 and 4, 200 stock 9 to 12, heat 1 and 2. Once again, our first 4 races should be making their way up to the staging area as we will begin racing here for our first round of finals in just about 5 minutes. And just like that, we are done with our first intermission. We will be heading back into green flag action here momentarily for our first round of features for the evening. Like I was saying, we just got done with the heats earlier, heading into finals number 1 here in just a few minutes. After that, we will be heading into heat round number 2 and finishing off the day with final round number 2. Starting off for this final number 1, we have race number 1 out there getting all ready to hit the track. 120 improved stock and 200 open. Race 2, snow scoot, snow sport, and races 3 and 4, 200 stock, 9 to 12, heat 1 and 2 should all be in staging area. First green flag is out for final number 1, and our 120 improved stock and 200 open sleds, are hitting the track. In the 120 improved stock class, we have the 88 of Reinhofer, the 114 of Jacobson, the 123X of Olson, the 216 of Lang, and the 725 of Halata. In the 200 open class, we have heat race winner, the 939 of Storley, the 929 of Strazy, and the 612 of Würzburger. Just like he did first things out of the gate, the 939 of Storley leading the charge with some company hot on his tail. The 929 of Strazy in second, the 612 of Würzburger in third. 1, 2, 3, just like we saw earlier on in the heat races. Just behind them in fifth, we have the 388 of Evan Bowerly and the 281 of Wyatt Miller currently sitting fourth. It's Storley, Strazy, Würzburger, Miller, Bowerly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 939 of Everett Storley leading the charge. Strazy and Würzburger about a half a straightaway behind. 281 of Miller, 388 of Bowerly rounding out your top five. Then we have the 545, the 88, and the 989. The 88, Chase Reinhofer, currently sitting in seventh overall, actually leading the 120 improved stock class. So we do have two classes out here right now. We have our 200 open class and the 120 improved stock class. Checkered flag is out for your overall race winner, the 939 of Everett Storley, taking away the W once again. 929 of Strazy going to finish second, with Würzburger rounding out your top three, just like we saw during the heats. Race number 2, Snow Scoot Snow Sport. Heat race winner, the 357 of Carson Krochik, the 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker. We have the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, had been leading the race, ended up having a tough tumble in the ROX Speed Effects corner. Back up on it, the 140 of Brecken Gorsinger and the 202 of Peyton Weisbrod rounding out your field. As we get our last 120 improved stock sled off the track, give them their checkered flag. We're green light going for our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Four racers way up front. As they hit the hole shot, there's one that's leading the charge, though. Side-by-side battle for the lead. One rider to the outside, one rider to the inside through the rhythm section. Equal distance apart. Slight advantage to the inside rider up onto the front straightaway. It's the 357 of Carson Krochek leading the way. The 3 of Cashton Nelson hot on their tail in second. Then it's Weisbrod in third, I believe. Just outside in fourth. I think that might be the 8 of Schmeideker and the 75 of Schmeideker in fifth, with the 140 of Gorsinger in sixth. Back onto the front straightaway. It's still Krochek and Nelson 1-2. Nelson, your early race leader, back to second, trying to hold on to your race leader. 8 of Leo Schmeideker moves up to third place. That puts Weisbrod back to fourth. It's Krochek, Nelson, Schmeideker, Weisbrod, Schmeideker, Gorsinger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Side-by-side battle for third going on, though. Schmeideker has it. Weisbrod wants it back. Weisbrod pushes back to 4th solidly, but now he's got company behind him in 5th. Addison Schmeidecker trying to make a charge. Led that first race for a while, trying to come back from that. Checkered flag is out up front, though. Carson Krochek going to take the win. Little squirrely, Cashton Nelson's going to finish 2nd. Who's who for 3rd, though? Checkered flag gives it. Getting sideways, the 8 of Leo Schmeidecker going to round out your top 3. Addison Schmeidecker going to go 4th. Green flag is out for race 3, 200 stock 9 to 12, heat number 1 of 2. We have the 281 of Wyatt Miller, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 10 of Brantley Lambrick, the 13 of Waldock, 20 of Olson, 26 of Waldock, 311R of Pellet, and the 612 of Wurzburger. As we've got one sled down already. Going into that hole shot corner. Looks like it was the 612 of Wurzburger, got into the side of one of his competitors, went off his sled. Right now it's Rambo in the lead, Lambrecht in 2nd, and the 281 of Miller in 3rd. A complete inverse of what we saw in the first heat race. Rambo leading the charge. Lambrecht looks to the outside, taking that smooth outside line, trying to gain some speed on Rambo. Not quite going to do it, but it is going to give Miller a chance to get up there and fight for that 2nd place position. A little bit of space before we get back to the 311R of Pellet in 4th. And the 20 of Everly Olson in 5th. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Michael Rambo on the 524. Lambrecht putting on a hard charge in 2nd, but Miller's holding on strong in 3rd. We're evenly spaced between our top 3 competitors. More than a full straightaway advantage over our 4th place competitor, the 311R of Leah Pellet. All 3 of our top riders go to the inside line through the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. It's still Rambo, Lambrecht, Miller, 1, 2, 3. One last time through the X Racing left-hand corner in the northwest side of the track through the rhythm section. Rambo leading the way. Lambrecht hot on his tail. One last time inside the left-hand corner onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out. Michael Rambo going to take the W. Lambrecht going to finish 2nd. Miller going to round out your top 3. Michael Rambo today racing for Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Doperalski State Farm, and Donlinger Ford taking the W. That was heat number 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. For this second heat race winner, the 939 of Everett Storley, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, and the 122 of Carson May were your top 3. We also have the 17 of Owen, the 20X of Olson, the 388 of Bowerly, the 545 of De Bruin, and the 708 of Carlson rounding out your field. 8 racers in heat number 2 of our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Our last racer from Heat 1 going to take their checkered flag as the green light is out for race number 2. Early advantage goes to the 21 of Reinhofer. I see Owen in the mix as well. Owen currently sitting 3rd. And I think that might be the 939 of Storley in 2nd. Storley goes way wide from 2nd all the way back to 5th. Storley, your heat race winner, now all the way back in 5th, moves up to 4th, setting his sights on Owen in 3rd. At the line for the first lap, your current race leaders, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, Owen in 2nd, the 939 of Storley in 3rd. Right behind them, the 122 of Carson May trying to get up into the mix. Storley up to 2nd, May now up to 3rd, overtaking Owen, setting his sights on the 939 of Storley. It's Reinhofer, Storley, May, 1, 2, 3. Owen and the 388 of Bowerly are in 4th and 5th. Carlson just outside the top 5 and 6th. Then it's the 545 of De Bruin and the 20X of Olson rounding out our 8 sled field. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the Mohawk man himself, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer. Storley is still trying to do everything he can to take over that win once again. Storley won the heat race, wants to do the same for this feature. Both riders take the inside line. Storley starts low, moves high through the rhythm section, cuts down below Reinhardt. They're side by side through the Woody's Traction rhythm section. Storley with the advantage, takes the inside line, pushes further out. Reinhardt back to second now. May still holding on to a solid third, a full straightaway behind our top two racers, and then half a straightaway behind that we have the 17 of Owen rounding out the top four. That pass was exactly what Storley needed, as now he's able to pull away from his competition. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for the double wide. Krupp's Resort number 939 of Everett Storley taking the W. Reinhofer going to finish second, and May going to round out your top three in the same fashion we saw for our heat race. Race 5, 120 stock, quite a few competitors. Heat race winner, the 122X of Jack Erickson, the 100X of Cash Johnson, and the 25C of Clay Christensen. We also have the 4Z of Jenkins, the 7 and 10 of Peyton and Bentley Schultz, 25B of Nelson, 84X of Jenkins, 100 of Nelson, 126 of Stanek, 215 of Lang, 412 of Carty, 555 of Mickelson, 623 of Labs, 820 of Short, 829 of Latorno, and the 905 of Abraham. A whopping 16 riders, if I'm counting correctly, in our 120 stock class. 15 riders, I believe. Out front, 4 different sleds trying to take that hole shot. Looks like it might be the 122X of Erickson leading the charge. Erickson, your heat race winner, for sure up there in the mix. Few other sleds there as well. One of our riders going up and over. 2 of our riders, actually, in the X Racing left-hand corner in the northwest side of the track. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our race leader. It's the 25C of Clay Christensen leading the charge. Erickson looks to the outside in second, trying to take over the lead. 412 of Carty currently sitting third, but the 100X of Cash Johnson hot on his tail. .100 moves to the inside. It's still Christensen out front alone. Now it's the 412 of Carty up to second. Christensen, Carty, 1-2. Then we have the 100 right behind them in third. Erickson now back to fourth. .555 of Amelia Mickelson putting another lap in the books. Crossing that start-finish line jump. Out front, though, checkered flag flies. He finished third in the heat race. He's taken the win in the main. Give it up for the 25C of Clay Christensen taking the W. Then it's going to be the 412 of Carty finishing second, and the 100 rounding out your top three. Up next, race number 6, junior girls under 200cc. Race 7 and 8, 200 stock 4 to 8, heats 1 and 2, as well as race 9, Snowbike Open, should all be in the staging area if they are not already. Once again, race 6 about to hit the track. Races 7, 8, and 9 should all be in the staging area. For race 6, though, junior girls, we have 3 competitors. Heat race winner, the 708 of J.C. Carlson out of Litchfield, Minnesota. The 619 of Aubrey Erickson racing for C. Olson Concrete from Hanover on the Yamaha. And rounding out your 3-sled field, Duke Boys, Cast Iron Bar and Grill, Stokes Meat Market, number 311R of Leah Pellet. Green flag is out. It's Carlson and Erickson 1 and 2. Drag race to the hole shot. Carlson on the inside. Erickson on the outside. Carlson's going to take away the hole shot. Erickson's going to round out second. Pellet right behind them in third. Carlson trying to do everything possible to pull away from the crowd. Get out front there. Erickson has definitely been putting on pressure every race this weekend for Carlson. White flag is out, one more lap to go. Carlson looks to the outside, Erickson to the inside. This might work as an advantage for Erickson. Erickson now with the slight advantage going into that ROX Speed Effects corner. Carlson able to rocket by though. Carlson back up to the lead. It's Carlson, Erickson, Pellet, 1, 2, 3, all evenly spaced through the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. Up through the northwest left-hand corner of the track, past those X Racing flags. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for Litchfield, Minnesota's J.C. Carlson taking the win. Erickson finishing second, Pellet third. Race 7, 200 stock 4-8, heat 1 of 2. We have the 517 of Abraham, the 524 of Rambo, and the 10R of Bitson, your top three. One of our riders from the girls class going over looks to be Pellet. We're going to get her all resituated before we send out the rest of our 200 stock 4-8 racers. The 5 of Mortensen, the 26 of Waldock, the 99 of Geyer, the 102 of May, the 140 of Gorsinger, the 409 of Carlson, and the 712 of Schoen. Making sure Leah Pellet on the 311R is all good there on the front straightaway. Getting her sled back up and running. She's back up, sitting on the sled. Throttle going. Give her a round of applause. Never like to see someone go over, especially right at the checkered flag. The track is clear. Green lights a go. And who's it going to be for the hole shot? Bitson's in there, but it looks like it's the 102 of May who might be taking the early lead. May with the hole shot. Bitson's right there behind him. Few other competitors fighting for that top spot as well. We got 5 racers all up battling for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Onto the front straightaway though. First lap in the books. And it's going to be the 524 of Rambo leading the charge. May back to second, Bitson in third, and it's the 99 of Geyer in fourth and the 409 of Carlson in fifth. May tries to look to the outside of Bitson, nothing going there as Rambo's able to pull away from the rest of the field. It's Rambo, Bitson, May as the 99 of Geyer goes down. Geyer high sides it on that right-hand corner into the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. Geyer was sitting fourth, now all the way back to the back of the field. Out front alone, though, that's going to let the 524 of Michael Rambo pull more further away from the rest of the field. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 524 of Michael Rambo out of Lakeville, Minnesota. May holding on to second, Bitson in third, and don't count out that 409 of Carlson. Carlson's trying to put some pressure on. Carlson wants one of those podium positions. Rambo, May, Bitson, Carlson, 1, 2, 3, 4. About a third of a lap back, we have our fourth place competitor behind them. Back up at the front, though. Checkered flag is flying for your feature race winner, the 524 of Rambo, taking the W. May gonna finish second. And Bitson gonna hold on for third. That was heat 1. Heat 2, we have the 910 of Henrik Storley, the 23 of Liam Peterson, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio Along with them, the 85 of Neifel, the 202 of Ford, the 216 of Lang, 410 of Lance, 618 of Potsky, 729 of Olson, the 823 of Schoen. Ten racers in heat number 2 of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. We had 10 in the first class. We have 10 in the second. Starter checks to make sure everyone's good to go. Lights are green and we are off. Out front early, it's the 910 of Storley leading the way like he did during the heat. Behind him, the 23 of Liam Peterson hot on his tail, and I think that might be the 989 of Custodio rounding out the top 3 as well. I also see the 216 of Lang there currently sitting 4th, trying to get in on the mix as well. Up front, though, it's a side-by-side battle for first and second. Drag race to the line. Early advantage is going to go to the 23 of Peterson, but Storley's not going without a fight. Storley charges up, ducks down low. Storley back to the lead. Peterson back to second. Custodio in third, and we have Neifel now up into 4th. Neifel had been in one of the top 3 positions during the heat race, ended up going down over on the northwest corner there, hopefully trying to fight back again for a podium position this time by. It's Storley, Peterson, Custodio. Custodio and Neifel side by side, that battle for 3rd and 4th raging on. Don't count out Lang, though, in the 5th place spot. Lang looking to make a way in there, try to make it a 3-way battle for that podium position. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 910 of Henrik Storley. Peterson about 10 sled lengths behind. Same distance back to the 989 of Custodio. Neifel looks to the inside, trying to take over that 3rd place spot. Not going to work in the Power Lodge left-hand corner. We move through the switchback. Custodio goes high. Neifel goes high. All 5 riders opting to take the inside rhythm section of the Woody's Traction split lane. Up front, though, we might be seeing a challenge for the lead. Storley goes a little high. Peterson ducks down low. Through the rhythm section, there's about a sled length in between our 2 racers. Storley takes the high line. Peterson goes down low. Checkered flag. It's a drag race to the end. Who's it going to be? Storley taking the W. Peterson going to finish 2nd. Custodio going to round out our top 3, just like we saw in the heat race. Race 9 up next, our snow bike open class. Following that, race 10, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 and Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17, as well as race 11, Pro 206, and race 12, Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational should all be in the staging area. Once again, race 9 about to hit the track. Races 10, 11, and 12 should be in staging. For our snow bike open class, heat race winner, the 714 of Braden Strom racing for Red River Adventures out of Vergas, Minnesota, the 7 of Austin Fridgen from Prior Lake, Minnesota, and the 34 of Sawyer Dillbeck round out your 3-bike field. Track is almost clear. We're going to give our starting line the good to go. Green flag is out, and away we go. Side by side into the hole shot corner. Looks like the lead is going to go to the 7 of Austin Fridgen. Fridgen leading this race early on. Strom right behind in 2nd. Dillback a few cycle lengths back in 3rd. Strom able to make the pass. Strom now up to the lead on the inside line. At the line, it's Strom. Dillbeck Fridgen, my apologies. Or Strom, Fridgen, Dillbeck. I was correct, my bad. So Strom leading the way. Fridgen currently holding on to 2nd on the 7 machine. Dillbeck back in 3rd. I've said it a few times, but This is a brand new class we have out there for this weekend, our Snow Bike Open class. Just brought them on, similar to how last night we brought on the Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational. We're always trying to get some new classes out here, and the best way we can be doing that is through our sponsors. I want to hit up some of our sponsors again super quick. A big thanks to Aeroplax Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic Center, and Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation. Not only are they our streaming sponsors, allowing us to bring you free live streaming coverage via mbtvsports.com, but they're also Sunday Funday premier sponsors as well, along with CNA Pro Skis, CF Moto Generators, Fox, Henko Utilities, Husqvarna, Studboy Traction, and Woody's Traction. White flag is out in our Snow Bike Open class, putting these timber sleds to the test. We have two Yamahas out there leading the charge. Braden Strom on the 714, Austin Fridgen on the 7. Just 4 cycle lengths in between these two racers out front. One last time, up and over the checkered flag. Strom going to take the win. Fridgen going to finish second. And it's going to be Dillbeck rounding out your top 3. Race 10, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13. And Junior Ditch Banger 13 to 17. In the 13 to 17 class, we have the 726 of Lucas Holicky, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly, and the 781 of Owen Hamilton, along with the 521 of Julia Olson and the 942 of Bailey Strazy. In the 10 to 13 class, we have the 5 of Wallace, the 17 of Gluns, the 25W of Christensen, the 27 of Scott, and the 59 of Knighton. All our racers making it through the whole shot in northwest corners unscathed, no issues there. But we have one sled out front pulling away from the rest of the field. It's the 726 of Holicky doing what he did last time by, leading the charge. Right behind him, the 383 of Bowerly in second, and the 71 of Hamilton. Holicky, Bowerly, Hamilton, 1, 2, 3, just like we saw earlier today. Olson goes down, almost gets run over by a couple sleds, but makes it through unscathed. Olson now to the back of the pack. Out front, it's still Lucas Holicky leading for Happy Holstein Dairy, S&B Diesel Truck Repair, and K&R Graphics. Holicky, Bowerly, Hamilton, 1, 2, 3. The 59 of Knighton, currently 4th, leading the Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 class. Goes up and over the median, still holds on strong. Knighton's still in 4th, but he's got company right behind him. It's the 25W of Weston Christensen in 5th, and the 17 of Eli Gluns in 6th. Gluns was your heat race winner for the Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 class. Now currently sitting 3rd in that class, 6th overall. Holicky, Bowerly, Hamilton, still 1, 2, 3 at the white flag. One more lap to go for our Junior Ditch Banger competitors. Race 11, Pro 206. Race 12, our TSS Invitational. And Race 13, Transition 8 to 10 and Junior 10 to 13 should all be in staging. Nice battle developing at the back of the pack between the 521 of Olson and the 27 of Anthem singer Scott. But checkered flag is out for the 726 of Holicky taking the W yet again. The 383 of Bowerly finishing 2nd, and Hamilton rounding out your top 3 just like we saw the first time round. For Race 11, Pro 206, we have heat race winner, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 517 of Noah Abraham, and the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. We also have the 25K of Nelson and the 612 of Wurzburger rounding out your 5 sled field for our Pro 206 class. Checking to make sure our Pro 206 class is ready to go. We seem to be having a slight delay here with the start of race number 11. So just a reminder for some of our racers out there, race 11 Pro 206 about to hit the track. Our Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational, race number 12 up next, along with race 13 Transition 8 to 10, Junior 10 to 13, and race 14 600 Open 18 plus and Junior 16 to 17 should all be in the staging area. If you are a part of race 15 Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 or race 16 Junior 14 to 17 Junior Open, you should be making your way up to the staging area now, getting any final movements made in, any final changes, adjustments that you need. But right now we are on race 11, halfway through our 22 race program for feature number 1 of the day. And just like that, we're green flag action racing yet again. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading the charge. Abraham hot on his tail in second, but we've got company side by side with Abraham. It looks to be the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Reinhofer's trying to go 1-2. Chase goes way wide in that X Racing left-hand corner. That's going to leave Abraham all by himself in second, but not for long as we see the 25K of Cashton Nelson out of Foley, Minnesota, slowly but surely coming up on his side. Cashton gets all sorts of slideways. This gives a chance for Wurzberger to come up on the 612. Wurzberger now up to third. It's still the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading out front. Abraham in second, Wurzberger in third, Nelson in fourth, and Chase Reinhofer now finishing out the 5 sled field. The Mohawk man pulling away from the rest of the crowd. All 5 competitors taking that right side lane through the Woody's traction rhythm section. Trying to get a battle going for second and third. Abraham has it. Nelson wants it. Nelson looks high. We got a bobble from our 4th place competitor. I believe that was the 612 of Wurzberger, if I'm seeing correctly. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer. It's Wurzberger in second now. Abraham back to third. Chase Reinhofer up to fourth. Nelson back to fifth. And as I said, Nelson makes the pass to get back up to fourth. Goes up and over, saves it, but not before moving all the way back to fifth and stalling the sled. It's still Caleb Reinhofer out front. Wurzberger in second. Abraham in third. We also got Chase Reinhofer going up and over through the Woody's traction rhythm section now. 2 sleds going down within about 30 seconds of each other. Nelson looks to be all good in the back. He's back up. Now we're just getting Chase Reinhofer situated, but checkered flag is out for your race winner, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, taking the dub for Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, Rough Cut Grill and Bar. And for second, it's going to go to the 612 of Jace Wurzberger, with Abraham rounding out your top three. We'll make sure our sleds are all ready to go. Before we get to race 12, our Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational. We have the 506 of Garrett Johnson, who won the heat race, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, and the 26 of Zach O'Mara that were our top three. We also have the 7 of Schultz, the 17 of Rude, the 22 of Barber, 45 of Anderson, 54 of Anderson, 83 of Spicer, 126 of Kramer, 213 of Pavic, and the 623 of Pellet. We still have two sleds finishing up our Pro 206 class, but we will be getting to some Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitationals here in just a second. Track is clear, green lights a go. And with the early jump, it's the 213 of Pavic leading the way. Pavic going to get the whole shot. Next to him is the 7 of Brian Schultz in second. And we got a nice two-sled battle going for third and fourth right now. Two competitors swapping back and forth. Out front alone, it's still Pavic leading the way. The 7 of Schultz in second, and it's the 393 of Mitchell Fruth in third. 623 of Pellets in fourth, trying to battle back, but he's also got company to the inside. Fruth now down low, takes over that second place spot, looking high, trying to get past the 213 of Isaac Pavic. It's Pavic, Fruth, Schultz, 1, 2, 3. One sled down in the entrance to the Woody's Traction Rhythm section looks to be the 45 of Caden Anderson out in Nowthen, Minnesota. But up front, we have a battle for the lead. Fruth to the inside. Fruth now your new leader. Mitchell Fruth up to the first place spot. Zach O'Mara in second as the 213 of Isaac Pavic drops all the way from the lead back to third in one corner. It's Fruth, O'Mara, Pavic, 1, 2, 3. And just as I say it, the 506 of Johnson, your heat race winner, is able to get by. Johnson now up to third, as we have one rider down in the Racing X left-hand corner. All of our top 3, 4, 5, 6 competitors able to get by without any issues. But it is going to spread out our field a bit. Fruth, O'Mara, Johnson, 1, 2, 3, 4. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Mitchell Fruth. Johnson looks to the inside along with the 506. It's Fruth, O'Mara, Johnson. O'Mara goes outside, Fruth inside. O'Mara's trying to get the jump on Fruth, able to get up side by side, not quite able to make the pass stick. Goes into the Racing X corner on the inside. O'Mara with the advantage, but Fruth cuts down. Fruth still your race leader. One last straightaway to go and one final corner before we get to our checkered flag. Who's it going to be? We have one sled pulling off to the side. It's a drag race to the checkered. Side by side, Mitchell Fruth taking the win. O'Mara finishing second. Johnson rounding out your top 3. Up next, race 13, transition 8 to 10 and junior 10 to 13. In the junior 10 to 13 class, we have the 952 of Jackson Rath and the 114 of Cade Onstad. In the transition 8 to 10 class, we have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, the 707 of Norman, the 708 of Carlson, and the 816 of Speaker. Race 13 about to hit the track. Race 14, 600 open 18 plus and junior 16 to 17, as well as race 15, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. And race 16, junior 14 to 17, and junior open should all be in the staging area. Back to race 13, though. Out front alone, though, with already half a lap advantage over the rest of the field. It's the 952 of Jackson Rath plowing through, leading the way. Rath up front by half a straightaway already. Onstead in second, Lambrecht in third. 1, 2, 3, same as we saw during the heat race. Lambrecht third place overall right now, currently leading the transition 8 to 10 class. Lambrick gets a little slideways, able to still hold on to third, but now he's got company from Speaker and Norman right behind him. Speaker in fourth overall, currently second in the transition 8 to 10 class, tried to make that pass work, couldn't quite do it, as Lambrick was able to save it right before it was too far. Another lap in the books for the 952 of Jackson Rath out of Elko. Onstead and Lambrick still 2 and 3. Single file throughout the field. Rath, Onstead, Lambrick, Speaker, Norman, Carlson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. White flag is out for Rath. One more lap to go for the Skidoo. Onstead puts another lap in the books. It looks like the battle's going to be for third overall. The win in the transition 8 to 10 class. Lambrick has it. Speaker wants it. Speaker to the inside. Lambrick to the outside. Speaker trying to duck down low. Not quite going to be able to make it work this time around. Speaker goes down. That gives Norman a chance to move up to fourth place overall, second in the 8 to 10 class. And just like that, Rath takes the checkered flag for UP Cycle and Sport. Onstad gonna end up finishing second, about a straightaway and a half behind. And another straightaway behind that, we have our third place, the 10 of Brantley Lambrick. Race 14 up next. 600 Open 18 plus and Junior 16 to 17. In the Open 18 plus class, we have the 712 heat race winner Lane Peterson racing for Plasteads out of Anoka, Minnesota. And as well as that, the 068 of Peyton Smith from Montevideo, Minnesota, racing for Olson Plumbing, River Valley Repair, Edward Jones, Burmeister Auto Body, and alone in the Junior 16 to 17 class. Racing for Healing Hand Family Chiropractic, Demcon Companies, and Lugert Performance, we have the 155 of Brody Esselman. Track is clear. But it looks like we might have some debris from the speaker wreck inside the left lane of the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. We have a couple of our flaggers going down there right now to look. Gonna make sure any debris that we have out there is cleared from the track before we give our next class, race 14, a chance to hit the track. Well, we have a second. A quick reminder, race 14 about to go out. Race 15, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. Race 16, Junior 14 to 17 and Junior Open. And race 17, Transition 8 to 12 combined, should all be in the staging area right now. Whereas race 18, our Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational, and race 19, Ditch Banger Twins, Leaf Spring, and Ditch Banger Triples should all be making their final adjustments and heading to staging now. As we have a moment while we clear that debris from the track, just a quick reminder of what the rest of our schedule looks like for the 2025 Sunday Funday events here at ERX Motor Park. So today, round number 6, Sunday, February 2nd. Next week, we will be back for another doubleheader, Saturday, February 8th, and Sunday, February 9th. We'll be starting things off on Saturday. Gates open at 1 p.m. We're doing everything an hour early for next Saturday. Riders meeting at 3:15, practice at 4, heat race at 4:45, because at 8 o'clock, from 8 to 11, we will have Tony Cacchetti here playing some music for the crowd here, so make sure you got your dancing shoes on and ready to go next Saturday for round number 7 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series. We will be back Sunday as well at the normal time. Gates open at 8 a.m., 9:15 riders meeting, 10:15 practice, 11 a.m. heat racing. For our dual feature, we'll have 2 sets of heat races, 2 sets of finals next week. That is rounds 7 and 8, February 8th and 9th here at ERX Motor Park. For round 9 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series, we will be making the way over the river, where we're going to Eau Claire, Wisconsin, to have a round raced at Rock Falls Raceway on Sunday, March 2nd, our first race of the month of March. We'll just be doing 1 day over there, but then the following week we'll continue to be in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, where we're going to do a doubleheader at Silver Mine Ski Jump, Saturday 8th and 9th. So rounds 10 and 11 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series will be over at Silver Mine Ski Jump in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, before we come back here for our final 2 rounds of the Sunday Funday series, March 15th and 16th back here at ERX Motor Park. So we only have 4 more races here at ERX, but we have 7 more races total for the 2025 Sunday Funday series. Before we get back to racing here, which we should be doing so momentarily, another reminder, we have a couple food trucks out back. Make sure to give them some support, get some nice warm food in your stomach. We have the Pizza Barn. You may know them from their brick and mortar store in Princeton, Minnesota, but they're here today selling pizza by the big slice. I saw they have some cheese pizza, sausage, pepperoni. They have their world-famous pickle roll-up pizza slice. As well as going off today's theme of Hawaiian shirts, they have a Hawaiian pizza as well. Selling some cheese bread. They'll be back here for the Ditch Banger Nationals here in just a few weeks. But also don't forget about Barbecue Junkies out there. They had a pretty good looking brisket sandwich, pulled pork sandwiches, some chicken wings. Lots of great food here today. Make sure you hit up our 2 food trucks that we have. Thank them for coming out. We love getting to have some nice warm food to fill up our bellies on these not so cold days, but still hanging out in the snow all day. Good to have some good food as well. Starter gets the go-ahead. Green light is out. 2 of our racers making the call. Out front early. Looks like it might be the 068 of Peyton Smith leading the charge. Smith leading the way, Esselman in second. Looks like Lane Peterson, our heat race winner's a no-show for our first set of finals today. Smith finished 3rd overall in the heats. Now looking to take a W here in race 14, our first final for this class. Esselman in second. Esselman looks to the outside. Now the cool thing about this race right here is that no matter what, both of these racers, even though we will have a 1st overall and a 2nd overall, they are racing their own classes. So we're about to see 2 feature race winners take a checkered flag here in just a couple laps. Obviously, you know, we're still racing here. We want to get a first overall. But Smith's leading the way. Esselman to the inside. Esselman takes over that lead spot. Smith goes to the outside, backtracks quite a bit. Now about a sled length behind. Dips down to the inside through the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. Not going to be the move Smith wants. Esselman now out front all alone, pulling away from the rest of the field. It's Esselman leading out front in the junior 16 to 17 class. Right behind him, the 068 of Peyton Smith leading the 600 Open 18 plus class in second overall currently. Back onto the front straightaway, over the double, and through the Fox start-finish line jump. The 155 of Brody Esselman taking the white flag. One more lap to go for Esselman and Smith. One last time through that West End Rhythm section. Esselman trying to double through it. Checkered flag is out for Brody Esselman taking the win. Smith going to finish second overall, taking the W in the 600 Open 18 plus class. Up next, race 15, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. Getting all sorts of sideways. Everyone comes out unscathed, though. No one going down. We got 13 competitors out there. Leading the way, though, is going to be the 6 of Gavin Peterson. The 419 of Hansen in second, and the 61 of Miller in third. Miller was your heat race winner. Now barely holding on to that podium spot. He's got a hard charge behind him, the 95 of Chase Patton, trying to get up there into the mix. Patton wasn't on the podium during the heat, wants to do so during this feature. Hansen has a bobble. Hansen holds on to second, but not without giving Miller a chance to come up side by side with him. Miller in third. Miller goes high. Now this gives Patton the chance to come up below him. Out front alone, though, with absolutely no issues going on, we have the 6 of Gavin Peterson, finished second in the heat race, now absolutely putting on a clinic in this main event here. Gavin a full straightaway ahead of second place, the 419 of Hansen. Hansen in second, about 5 sled lengths ahead of our battle for third and fourth between Miller and the 95 of Patton. Then we have another straightaway before we get back to the 128 of O'Rourke and the 716 of Jory Cordes. White flag is out, one more lap to go for our race leader, the 6 of Gavin Peterson. Miller goes high in the Power Lodge left-hand split lane corner. That gives the 95 of Patton a chance to come up on him. We got one rider down on that hole shot right-hand turn, as well as another rider down just to the side. Bishop going down on the left-hand CNA Pro Skis turn. Checkered flag is out, though. A clean race is going to go to the 6 of Gavin Peterson taking the win for Woody's, Bikeman Performance, Skidoo 60, and FTA. The 419 of Hansen going to finish second. Miller going to round out your top 3. Race 16 up next. Junior Open has the 712 of Lane Peterson. Junior 14 to 17 has the 198 of Brecken Bishop, the 155 of Brody Esselman, the 256 of Drew Bowerly, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly, and the 521 of Julia Olson. We're going to let our ditch bangers clear the way quick. Make sure that Cordes' sled is all ready to go. Cordes to a standstill currently on that right-hand hole shot corner. So we're going to make sure that our track is all clear before we give them the go-ahead. Looks like we might end up needing a tow for this sled. So we're going to give them just a minute to tow Cordes off the track. In the meantime, quick reminder, like I said, race 16 about to hit the track any moment now. Race 17, transition 8 to 12 combined. Race 18, Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational. Race 19, Ditch Banger Twins, Ditch Banger Triples, and Leaf Spring should all be in the staging area. And then our final 3 races of this main event section, race 20, Ditch Banger 90 to 99, race 21, plus 30 Snowcross, and race 22, our WSA X classes should all be making their final adjustments to make their way on over to the staging area as soon as possible. So as a reminder, as we get Cordis off the track here from race 15, race 16 is about to hit the track in just a second. 17, 18, 19 in the staging area, 20, 21, and 22 on deck to go into the staging area. Cordis takes the long toe off the track, but that being said, we do have a clear track. Starter gives everyone the green. Good to go. Lights are down and away we are. Out front early, Bishop leading the charge on the 198. He's got company to the outside, though. Looks to be the 383 of Ryan Bowerly. Just to his left, Bowerly drops back to second. Bishop holding on to the sole possession of the top spot. Looks to be Bishop, Bowerly, Esselman, 1, 2, 3. Esselman able to make the charge over into second. Esselman now up to 2. Bowerly back to 3. 256 of Drew Bowerly in fourth. As we got one rider going up and over on the start-finish line jump. It's the 521 of Julia Olson. Disconnects from her harness. Kill switched engaged. She's back and ready to go. That'll take that yellow flag away. Out front, though, it's still Brecken Bishop leading the charge. Brecken up and over the start-finish line jump. Esselman in second. 383 of Ryan Bowerly not going without a fight, though. Bowerly wants to take that second-place spot over once again. All 4 riders taking that left-hand section through the Woody's Traction rhythm section. The 256 of Drew Bowerly, the only one opting to go to the inside, all the way back and forth with about a straightaway disadvantage on our top 3 riders. Evenly spaced through the top 3, all with about 4 sled lengths in between them. It's still Bishop, Ryan Bowerly, or Bishop, Esselman, Ryan Bowerly, 1, 2, 3. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our racers as they slowly but surely pull up on the 521 of Julia Olson, who had some issues, got off her sled earlier. Only half a lap left, but let's see if this lap traffic might play into how our top 3 are currently sitting. Through the rhythm section. Olsen leads a pack of hungry dogs. Olsen going to get another lap in the books. Bishop going to take the W. Esselman in second. Ryan Bowerly rounding out your top three. Up next, race 17, we have 4 competitors in the transition 8 to 12 combined class. Your heat race winner, the 114 of Cade Onstad, racing for All Finish Concrete Fly Racing, this 2 Creations out of Harwood, North Dakota. The 973 of Wyatt Strazy from Elko, Minnesota, racing the Skidoo, finished second. And the 200 of Wyatt Olson, racing for Olson Power and Equipment, Hair Bar Waldock Crafts out of Schaefer, Minnesota. Along with the 535 of Mason Doffing out of Hillman, Minnesota. Lights are down and away we go. Out front, it's Onstad early. Onstad with the hole shot. Just behind him, I believe that might be Wyatt Strazy in second and Doffing in third. Doffing had been sitting in the top 3 during the heat race, ended up going down over on the east end of the track. That gave Olsen the chance to get that final podium spot last time by. But now that we're out there again, it's running how we initially had. Onstad, Strazy, Doffing, Olsen, 1, 2, 3, 4. All 3 riders opting to take the rhythm section through the Woody's traction split lane. Our riders slowly but surely trying to separate themselves from each other. Onstad out front alone. But Strazy's putting on a hard charge. Strazy's trying to pull up on Onstad, just about 2 sled lengths behind. Looking really good through that rhythm section over on the west end, but Onstad's able to get him on the front stretch, pull away a little bit. Looks like Strazy's pretty decent in the corners and through those rhythms. He's able to pull up quite a bit. Doffing having some issues in the Woody traction section. This is going to give Olsen a chance to pull up. Olsen trying to battle for third. Comes up to the side of Doffing. Doffing going to hold that off, but not without getting a little scare going there. White flag about to be shown to our top 2 competitors. Onstad has the lead. Strazy wants the lead. Another lap in the books as Onstad tries to pull away from Strazy, now about half a straightaway ahead. Through this switchback section, though, Strazy's able to pull up on him, now about 4 sled lengths behind. It's Onstad, Strazy, Doffing, Olsen, 1, 2, 3, 4. One last time onto the start-finish line jump. Checkered flag is out. Onstad going to take the win. Strazy in second. Doffing in third. Race 18 hitting the track now. Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational. All 6 of our riders making the call. The 303 of Schoenard. The 32 of Unzi, the 77 of John, 22 of John, 163 of Giuseppe, and the 318 of Fratellone all in the mix. Out front alone, though, early on with a full straightaway advantage. Schoenard doing what he did last time around, leading the way. 318 of Fratellone and the 77 of Zach John in second and third, but Unzi's right behind them in fourth, trying to pull up. Unzi was leading the race last time by, ended up getting passed by Schoenard on the last lap. Now Unzi's not even in the top 3. Unzi's back and forth, trying to at least get that podium spot, but the 77 of Zach John is putting on a heck of a show there, pulling away from Unzi, trying to make sure that he gets that podium position once again. Our top 2 racers slowly pulling away from the rest of the field. It's Schoenard and Fratellone up front. Fratellone also had been running up pretty far high in that heat race, ended up going down, having some issues, and got out of the top 3, trying to make up for it during this feature event. Fratellone to the outside, up to the side of Schoenard, side by side through the hole shot corner. Fratellone with the advantage. Fratellone moves up, ducks down. Schoenard tries to cut him off, moves back down. Schoenard side by side with Fratellone. They're 1-2, 2-1 through the rhythm section. Advantage to Fratellone. Schoenard takes the inside low line, though. Drag race to the start-finish line. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Fratellone, leading the way. Fratellone takes the outside of the Power Lodge corner. Schoenard takes the inside. As we've also got a battle for 3rd and 4th. Unzi now up to 3rd. Zach John back to 4th. And we have yet another competitor fighting. It's now a 3-sled battle. Nay, a 4-sled battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Out front, it looks like our leader may have been decided. One last left-hand corner to the checkered flag. Frattellone's going to take the win. Schoenard's going to finish 2nd. But who is it going to be for 3rd? There's a 4-sled battle. Drag race to the checkered. 32 of Unzi going to finish 3rd. Fratellone, Schoenard, Unzi 1, 2, 3 this time by. Race 19. Ditchbanger Twins, Ditchbanger Triples, and Leaf Spring. 10 racers. Looks like we got a black flag showing for a couple of our riders. Out front early. It's the 733 of Bart's getting the black flag. 61 of Miller right behind him in 2nd. 068 of Smith in 3rd. Not quite sure exactly what happened there. Bart's still getting shown the black flag. Gonna slow down, let his next competitor pass him. That'll bring Miller, as Miller goes down. New 2nd and 3rd place riders. We have the 731 of Cordis now in 2nd, and Smith in 3rd. It's still Bart's out front, Cordis in 2nd, Miller in 3rd. Bart's, Cordis, Smith at the white flag. One more lap to go for the 733 of Derek Bart's. 731 of Cordis and the 068 of Peyton Smith crossing the finish line, along with the 14 of Travis Johnson and the 022 of Alex Smith, rounding out your top 5. One last time through the West End rhythm section. Checkered flag on display for your race winner. The 733 of Derek Bart's taking the W. In 2nd, it's going to be the 731 of Jager Cordis and the 068 of Peyton Smith rounding out your top 3. Race 20 up next. Ditchbanger 90 to 99. Race 21 plus 30 snowcross and race 22 WSA X classes should all be in staging. Once again, all classes should be in staging for our last few races of our final number 1. Race 20, Ditchbanger 90 to 99 sees the 14 of Jacobson, the 3018 of Fratellone, and the 732 of Luminen, among others. 10 sleds making the call. There's supposed to be 11 of them. Out front alone, pulling away from the rest of the crowd, just like he did last time. It's the 14 of Jacobson leading the way, the 732 of Luminen, and then a 3-sled battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th, currently held by the 308 of Schrupp. As Schrupp moves back to 4th, Luminen now back to 4th. It's the 318 of Fratellone in 2nd, Schrupp in 2nd, Luminen in 4th, and the 8 of Peterson in 5th. Peterson moving up now to 4th. Luminen backtracking drastically. 1st and 2nd, 3rd, 4th, now 5th. But out front alone with almost a straightaway advantage, it's the 14 of Glenwood, Minnesota's Johnny Jacobson leading the charge. Clearing the start-finish line tabletop. Showing these kids how it's done. 318 of Fratellone in 2nd. It's the 8 of Peterson in 3rd, but he's got company to the inside. Schrupp looking to the outside of Peterson now. Schrupp now holding on to sole possession of the 3rd place spot, but he gets wily, and now it goes back to Peterson. White flag is out for Jacobson. One more lap to go for our leader with almost a half a lap advantage over our 2nd place rider, the 318 of Logan Fratellone. Peterson still in 3rd, Schrupp in 4th. Don't count out the 235 of Roser. Roser hoping multiple people make an issue so he can capitalize on it and get past them. Roser looks to the inside through the rhythm section of the Woody's traction. Split lane. But out front alone, gonna take the checkered flag this time by your feature race winner, the 14 of Johnny Jacobson, taking the W. Jacobson sponsored by Black Magic Motorsports, Conklin Arctic, CNA Pro Skis, Traction by Studboy, taking the dub. 318 of Logan Fratellone taking 2nd for Mystic Lubricants and Transport Graphics, and it's going to be the 8 of Alex Peterson finishing 3rd. Race 21 plus 30 Snowcross. We have your heat race winner, the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 541 of Kurt Wurzberger, and the 110 of Josh Bolter. We also have the 15 of Stuber, the 221 of Jenkins, and the 901 of Buckles. Lights are green, and away we go for our plus 30 Snowcross class. All 6 competitors making the call. One of them reigning supreme out front, trying to pull away from everyone else. Out front alone. Onto the start-finish line jump. It's going to be the 541 of Kurt Wurzberger leading the way. The 110 of Bolter in 2nd. And we got the 26 of O'Mara in 3rd. Hot on his tail, though, we have the 901 of Buckles in 4th. The 15 of Stuber in 5th. And the 221 of Jenkins in 6th. O'Mara looks to make a pass on the inside. Side-by-side battle for 2nd and 3rd. O'Mara now sole defender for the 2nd place title. O'Mara, your heat race winner, didn't have the best start this time by, trying to make up for some lost ground and take over that lead that he had going in the heat. It's now Wurzberger up front. Wurzberger, O'Mara, Bolter 1, 2, 3. Buckles in 4th, trying to get onto that podium. Single file throughout the pack. One last race left to go in our first set of mains for the day. Race 21 plus 30 Snowcross on the track now. Race 22, our WSAX 440, WSAX 600, and WSAX Open classes should all be in staging. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 541 of Würzburger. O'Mara right behind him trying to take over that top spot. We might see a battle for the lead developing on this last lap of race 21 for our first set of main events. It's Würzburger, O'Mara, Bolter, Buchholz, Stuber, Jenkins, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice little three-sled battle going for third, fourth, and fifth. The 110 of Bolter has it. The 15 of Stuber wants it. Stuber now up to fourth, past Buchholz, trying to battle for third. Checkered flag is out for our leaders. Who's it going to be? It's the 541 of Würzburger taking the win for Josh Bolter Construction. O'Mara going to finish second, but who's that third place spot going to? One last turn, battle down to the line. Bolter has it, and he's going to defend it. Bolter going to finish third. Final main event of the section, WSAX 440, 600 and open. Green lights are down. 4 of our 5 riders making it to the call. Side-by-side battle for the lead as we get back onto the front stretch here. Out front early, it's the 6 of Gavin Peterson leading the way. The 303 of Cordes in second, and a side-by-side battle for third and fourth between the 61 of Miller and the 7 out front alone and setting a blistering pace. The 6 of Gavin Peterson, your heat race winner, puts another lap in the books out front. The 303 of Cordes and the 61 of Miller in second and third, respectively. Then we have the 77 right behind them. 77, looking at my list here, I don't have that number down. It looks to be either Brecken Bishop or Mitchell Fruth. I think that might be Bishop, if I'm remembering correctly. Our mystery rider currently sitting in fourth, however. Out front alone, though, it's still the 6 of Gavin Peterson. White flag is out. One more lap in the books for Peterson. And as long as nothing goes wrong with his sled, he should be taking the W. Miller now up to second. Cordes back to third, just like we saw during the heat races. And just like that, checkered flag is out for FTA 6D Skidoo Bikeman Performance. Number 6 of Gavin Peterson taking the win. It's going to be the 61 of Zach Miller taking second for Miller Angus. And it'll be the 303 of Jager Cordes rounding out the podium. Alrighty, folks, we're going to take a brief intermission here. You guys feel free to grab some food, run to the restroom, warm up a little bit, and we will be back in about 10-15 minutes for our second round of heats here at ERX Motor Park.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small. We love them all, but we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers. We solve
my
problems,
audio and my SDI.
and we
That
lower
was
their
weird.
shipping rates.
Yeah, I just
And that's what I've been doing
I just switched to test
for 28
DI.
plus years.
Now it looks like your camera's
Yeah.
running off.
So I switched to, not that anyone
Came
cares.
outside, let's just make sure it's working. I'm sure it is.
When I switched batteries, all the settings that I changed went back to gauge. Test.
Okay, yeah, back. Okay, let me solo you.
Passions in life.
Once again, if we could get everyone in the pits to the start-finish line jump here, we have a quick birthday announcement we'd like to make. We want to have as many people as possible out here singing a quick happy birthday. So if we can have everyone in the pits make their way on over to the start-finish line jump here, we'll do a quick birthday celebration before we get back into our green flag action.
Well, Travis, I heard it's your birthday tomorrow. You're going to be 31 years old. I'm going to need help with singing Travis happy birthday. I don't got a good voice, so if you all could help me, I'd appreciate it. And 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Travis. Happy birthday to you.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We will now be moving into heat number 2. So our first 4 races of the heats should be making their way up to staging if they are not already there. That is race 1, 120 improved stock and 200 open. Race 2, snow scoot snow sport. And races 3 and 4, 200 stock 9 to 12, heats 1 and 2. Once again, we are about to go back to some green flag action here in just a few minutes for our second round of heats. Our first 4 races should be in the staging area now. Once again, attention in the pits. Final call to staging for our first 4 races of the day. Our first race is about to hit the track in just a couple seconds. 120 improved stock and 200 open. Race 2, Snow Scoot Snow Sport, and 200 stock 9 to 12 heats 1 and 2 should be in staging already, as we are about to go green flag racing in just a few seconds. Lights are green and away they go. We are officially back for heat number 2. Round of heat number 2 here at ERX Sunday Funday 2025. Round number 6 hitting the road right now. Our first class out on the track already. 120 improved stock and 200 open. Onto the front straightaway. Early race leader is going to be the 939 of Everett Storley, leading like he's done all day. Right behind him, the 929 of Walter Strazy, hot on his tail. Strazy trying to take over the win this time by Wurzberger in third, and the rest of the crew all in tow behind him. We're single file, but Wurzberger's fighting off a pack of hungry dogs out there. 7 different sleds all directly behind him. Wurzberger's able to pull away from the rest of the field through the Woody's traction split lane section, but still has a whole group just about 10 sled lengths behind him. Wurzberger gets a little squirrely. This gives a chance for the crew to come back up, but out front alone and pulling away from his competition, the 939 of Everett Storley leading the way on the 929 of Walter Strazy. It's Storley, Strazy, Wurzberger, 1, 2, 3 at the white flag. One more lap to go for our top 3 competitors. Another lap in the books for the 123X of Noah Olson as he comes up and over the start-finish line jump. And one last time onto the start straight, it's going to be the 939 of Everett Storley, doing what he's done all day, leading the charge, taking the W for the double-wide Krups Resort, the Garage Door Doctor, and Stud Boy Traction. 929 of Walter Strazy coming in second. As we've got one sled up and over, looks like it was our third place racer, Wurzberger, goes down. That's going to give the 388 of Evan Bowerly a chance to come by and take third place. Up next, race number 2, Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. We have the 357 of Carson Krochek, who's won so far all day. The 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 140 of Brecken Gorsinger, and the 202 of Peyton Weisbrod. We're going to give a chance for Wurzberger here on the front stretch to get resituated, get him back on his sled, make sure it's not stuck to the wall there, before we go green flag action racing for our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. The track is now clear, so we're going to give our lighter the go-ahead. Green light is out, and we're snow scoot racing. Heat number 2 of our second round of heats. It's a drag race out front. One snow scoot competitor leading the charge. Single file throughout the field as they all make that left-hand turn through the X Racing northwest corner of the track, up and over through that 4-part rhythm section. They come down onto the front stretch, and your early race leader, it's going to be the 8 of Leo Schmeidecker leading the way, the 3 of Cashton Nelson in second, and the 75 of Addison Schmeidecker in third. It's Leo, Cashton, Addison 1, 2, 3, but it looks like Carson Krochek's trying to get into the mix here. Carson won the first 2 races earlier, currently sitting in 4th, trying to battle back up through the field. Carson able to make the pass on Addison. Krochek now up to 3rd, setting his sights on the 2nd place rider of of Cashton Nelson. Nelson bobbles a bit. This is going to give a chance for Krochek to get side by side. Krochek to the inside, Nelson to the outside. Nelson takes that outside line. Krochek takes the inside, and that's going to be all he needs to secure that 2nd place spot. It's Leo Schmeidecker still in the lead. Taking the checkered. Leo Schmeidecker going to take the win. Krochek going to finish 2nd. Cashton Nelson going to finish 3rd. Race 3, 200 stock, 9-12, heat 1 of 2. 8 competitors in this class, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 281 of Wyatt Miller, the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht. Then we also have the 13 of Waldock, the 20 of Olson, the 26 of Waldock, the 311R of Pellet, and the 612 of Wurzburger. Side-by-side battle for 2nd and 3rd raging on. Out front alone, though, your early race leader, it's going to end up being the 524 of Michael Rambo leading the charge. Lambrecht in 2nd, 281 of Miller in 3rd, with Wurzburger right behind him trying to mix it up in 4th. Miller moves up to 2nd. Lambrecht slides on down. Lambrecht putting on a battle, trying to take that 2nd place position back over. Wurzburger waiting in the wings to try to do something to get into the podium. Out front, it's still Rambo all alone. No competition by his side. A clear track ahead of him. He's able to pull away from the rest of the squad. Checkered flag is out. Give it up for your feature race for your heat race winner, Michael Rambo, taking the W. 281 of Wyatt Miller going to finish 2nd, and Lambrecht's going to round out your top 3. That was heat number 1 of our 200 stock 9-12 class. Now let's see what heat number 2 brings us. We have the 939 of Everett Storley looking for a clean sweep, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, and the 122 of Carson May. We also have the 17 of Owen, the 20X of Olson, the 388 of Bowerly, the 545 of De Bruin, and the 708 of Carlson in the mix. We'll give our last sled a chance to take the checkered flag. Starter, make sure everyone's good. Green flag is a go, and we are racing. Out front, leading like he has been. The 21 of Caleb Reinhofer taking the whole shot. Right behind him, though, it's the 939 of Storley. Storley looking to still complete that clean sweep. Reinhofer's been having a solid day in some of his other classes, though. Multiple heat race and feature wins. He's trying to add one to his belt for the 200 stock 9-12 class, though. Reinhofer to the inside, Storley to the outside. Reinhofer with the white flag. One more lap to go for Reinhofer to try to upset this clean sweep from the 939 of Storley. Then it's the 122 of May in 3rd, and right behind them the 388 of Evan Bowerly in 4th, and the 708 of JC Carlson in 5th. Owen all the way back in 6th. Owen's been up leading the charge towards the front. Didn't have the greatest start this time by. Currently sitting in 6th. Trying to power through, make a couple passes on that side. Up front, the battle still rages on between Reinhofer and Storley. Reinhofer has the lead. Storley wants it one last time through that 5-pack rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Reinhofer has the inside line. Storley to the outside. It's a drag race to the finish. Checkered flag is out. Reinhofer is going to take the win. Storley's going to finish 2nd. May is going to round out your top 3. Race 5 is our 120 stock class. The 122X of Jack Erickson, the 25C of Clay Christensen, the 100 of August Nelson, the 412 of Owen Carty, the 4Z of Jenkins, 7 of Schultz, 10 of Schultz, 25B of Nelson, 84X of Jenkins, 100X of Johnson, 126 of Stanek, 215 of Lang, 555 of Mickelson, 623 of Labs, 820 of Short, 829 of Latorno, 905 of Abraham. We're making sure everyone's good to go at the line. Starter checks the line. Thumbs up. Good to go. Lights are on and away we go. Out front, 4 wide, trying to get that hole shot. Early advantage is going to go to the 122X of Jay Erickson. Jack Erickson leading the charge. We have the 100 of August Nelson currently sitting in the 3rd and 4th place spot, battling to get onto the podium. Race 5 on the track now, 120 stock. After this, race 6, junior girls under 200cc. Race 7 and 8, 200 stock 4 to 8. Heats 1 and 2 should all be in staging, along with race 9, snow bike open, and race 10, junior ditch banger classes. Back to race 5, though, 120 stock. It's Erickson out front with the lead, getting some challenge on the inside. The 412 of Carty now takes over the lead. 100 of August Nelson moves up to 3rd. Nelson's podiumed every race so far today, trying to add another one to his belt, but he's got company right behind him. Nelson now moves up to 2nd. August Nelson on that red number 100 moves up to 2 from the 3rd place spot. Right behind him, the 215 of Clay Lang moves into the mix. And all well, that being said, our previous leader, the 122X of Jay Erickson, gets pushed all the way back to 5th. He was leading the charge at the flag, moves back to 5th within 1 corner. Checkered flag is out. It's in his sights. One last jump to go. And we have a new race winner. It's the 412 of Owen Carty taking the W for Rick's Plumbing, Storby Bros Underground Utilities, and Haven Homes. August Nelson going to finish 2nd out of Wyzetta, and the 215 of Clay Lang rounding out your top 3. Up next, race 6, junior girls under 200cc. We have your previous race winners sweeping so far, the 708 of J.C. Carlson, the 619 of Aubrey Erickson racing for C. Olson Concrete, and the 311R of Leah Pellet piloting the Duke Boys Cast Iron Bar and Grill number 311R. Lights are green. It's side by side for the hole shot. Slight advantage to Erickson. Erickson's on the outside. Ducks down low. Cuts off Carlson. Erickson's your sole leader now. Carlson in 2nd. Carlson's looking for the clean sweep today, just like yesterday. But Erickson's trying to battle back. Side by side, almost to a standstill. They might be locked. This gives Pellet a chance to pull through. Pellet's now your race leader. Erickson back to 2nd, Carlson all the way back to 3rd. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for the 311R of Leah Pellet leading the way from Saginaw, Minnesota. Pellet and Erickson take the inside line. Carlson goes to the outside, bobbles a bit, spins back. Pellet up to 1. Pellet leading the way. Erickson hot on her tail. Erickson looks to the outside. Nothing there. Ducks down to the inside. Still not able to get by. It's Pellet, Erickson, Carlson. Carlson now getting into the mix. Carlson looking to the inside of Erickson. Nothing there. Goes outside. Peeks back down to the inside. Can't make the pass quite yet. Gonna sit and wait in the wings. Try to figure something out. They've got 2 straightaways left to go. Through the rhythm section, it's Pellet, Erickson, Carlson, 1, 2, 3, one last turn to the checkered flag. We might have an exact inverse of our last race. Drag race to the finish. Who's it going to be? 311R of Pellet's going to take the win. Erickson second, Carlson third. Green lights are a go for 200 stock 4 to 8 heat 1. We have the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 517 of Noah Abraham, the 102 of Breck May, the 10R of Ryder Bitson. We also have the 5 of Mortensen, 26 of Waldock, 99 of Geyer, 140 of Gorsinger, 409 of Carlson, and the 712 of Schoen. Side-by-side battles out front for the lead, but we got one who's taking it all over. I believe that's the 524 of Michael Rambo leading the charge. Rambo, your early race leader, up and over the double through the start-finish line tabletop. It's Rambo, Abraham, 102 of May in third. Rambo takes the inside, Abraham to the outside along with May, and then don't count out to the inside. We have the 10R of Bitson. Bitson's podium the first 2 races, trying to make it for the third one as well. Bitson tucks to the inside. Bitson now up to third, May back to fourth. Rambo, Abraham, Bitson, May, and the 409 of Carlson are your top 5 as they currently stand. Checkered flag is in his sights. One last set of jumps to go through. And Michael Rambo is your race winner. Abraham is going to finish second. And side-by-side, May is going to take back over that third place spot. Race 8, we have heat 2 of the same class, 200 stock 4 to 8. The 910 of Henrik Storley racing for the double wide stud boy. 989 of Tyler Custodio for Custodio Home Sledhead Racing. And the 23 of Liam Peterson racing for Speedworks and N Squared Motorsports. We also have the 85 of Neifel, 202 of Ford, 216 of Lang, 410 of Lance, 618 of Potsky, 729 of Olsen, and the 823 of Schoen. Out front alone, though, it's Henrik Storley, continuing his legacy from the rest of the day, leading the pack into the hole shot. And just like earlier, Peterson's hot on his tail. Peterson's been getting second all day long, trying to finally take over that win in the 200 stock 4 to 8 class. Peterson to the inside, Storley to the outside. This might be what Peterson needs. Side by side, Storley with the advantage at the white flag. One more lap to go for Storley. Peterson and Neifel now in third. Custodio, he's finished third every other race in this class so far today. Currently sitting all the way back in sixth. That's Neifel up in third. Right behind Neifel, we have the 216 of Lang and the 729 of Olsen. Custodio able to look to the outside of Olsen, not able to make the pass stick, though. Up front, it's still Storley and Peterson 1-2. Neifel right behind them in third. Checkered flag is out. Storley going to take the win. Peterson second. Neifel going to finish your top 3. Race 9 up next, our Snowbike Open class. After that, race 10, Junior Ditch Banger. Race 11, Pro 206 should all be in staging. Race 12, TSS 440 to 600 Invitational. And race 13, Transition 8 to 10 and Junior 10 to 13 should be making their way up to staging. Hole shot for the Snowbike Open class is going to go to the 7 of Austin Fridgen. Fridgen leading the early charge ahead of the 714 of Strom and the 34 of Dilbeck. Strom has won both of the races earlier on today. Fridgen's trying to make the W this time by. It's Phrygian, Strom, Dilbeck, 1, 2, 3. Phrygian taking that outside line through the Power Lodge left-hand corner. Strom taking that inside, swapping up to take the inside line again through the Woody's Traction rhythm section. Phrygian goes down. This is going to let the 714 of Strom make his way by. Strom now up to the lead position. Phrygian back to the back of the pack. 34 of Dilbeck going to bring up to second. Instant replay, you can see Phrygian get a little sideways, go up and over through that hole shot corner, gets all sorts of sideways, isn't able to hold on to it. Up front again, it's the 714 of Braden Strom leading the way. Now we got the white flag out. One more lap to go for Strom, Dilbeck, and Phrygian. Just like in motocross racing, Strom's using that berm as a sort of banking to use to get inside. Powering out of that corner through the ruts. Checkered flag is out, and yet again today, we see a W for the 714 of Braden Strom taking the win for Red River Adventures. Second place this time around is going to go to the 34 of Dilbeck, with Phrygian rounding out your top three. Race 10, Junior Ditch Banger, 13-17 and 10-13. 726 of Holicky, 383 of Bowerly, and 71 of Hamilton have all led the way so far in the Ditch Banger 13-17 class. And it looks to be the same lineup this time by. Holicky out front early on, racing the 726 out of New Prague, Minnesota. Holicky with the lead, 383 of Bowerly in second, but it's the 521 of Olson currently sitting third. Not if the 71 of Hamilton has anything to say about it. Hamilton gets sideways, bobbles a bit, backs down to fifth from fourth. Now it's the 59 of Lyric Knighton up to fourth overall, but Knighton is currently leading that 10-13 class. It's Holicky, Bowerly, Olson, Knighton, Hamilton, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hamilton able to make his way past the 59 of Knighton, now up to a top four spot, but Knighton's going to keep fighting back on the inside. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Holicky. Holicky, Bowerly, Olson, Hamilton, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hamilton looks to the inside, cuts up high. Olson trying to make the pass. Olson has third. Hamilton wants to have it yet again. Checkered flag is out. Lucas Holicky going to take the W for K&R Graphics, S&B Diesel Truck Repair. 383 of Bowerly going to finish second, but who's going to take that third place spot? Side-by-side drag race to the flag. It's going to be the 71 of Hamilton taking third. Race 11, Pro 206 about to hit the track. Race 12, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. Race 13, Transition 8 to 10 and Junior 10 to 13. And race 14, 600 Open 18 plus and Junior 16 to 17 should all be in the staging area. Race 11, we have the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer looking for a clean sweep. The 517 of Noah Abraham, 612 of Jace Wurzberger, 88 of Chase Reinhofer, and the 25K of Cashton Nelson rounding out your 5-sled field. We do have one sled come to a stall on the front stretch, though. Going to get him all resituated. Looks to be the 5 of Casey Wallace. Wallace is off the track. We're good to go. Track is clear. And away we go. Reinhofer with the early race lead, but it's Cashton Nelson currently in second in a side-by-side battle for second and third. Cashton Nelson, the only racer in this class so far today not to get a podium in this class, trying to do so this time by Cashton Nelson up to second, looking his sights on Reinhofer in the first place spot. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer. Nelson in second. It's the 88 of Chase Reinhofer in third. Just behind them, Wurzberger and Abraham in fourth and fifth. Chase Reinhofer able to cut down, move up to second. It's now a Reinhofer 1-2. Nelson just outside in third, side by side. Nelson goes wide. This gives a chance for Wurzberger and Abraham to pull up on him. Up at the front, Caleb Reinhofer following suit with what he's done the rest of the day. Making his way, going to take the checkered flag. That's a W for Caleb Reinhofer with Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, Rough Cut Grill and Bar. Seconds going to Chase Reinhofer. And by a hair, it's going to be the 517 of Abraham rounding out your top three. Race 12, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational, a new class this weekend. We had the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, the 506 of Garrett Johnson, the 26 of Zach O'Mara. Among others making their way out. Out front early in a flurry of greens, side by side racing at the front of the pack, but only one of them can reign supreme, and that's going to be the 506 of Garrett Johnson with the early lead, the 213 of Pavic in second, and the 393 of Fruth in third. Fruth able to squirt his way up into second place. Fruth now up to second. Pavic back to third. 26 of O'Mara making his shot on the third spot as well. O'Mara now onto a podium spot. Pavic back to fourth. It's Johnson, Fruth, O'Mara, 1, 2, 3. The only three riders who have podiumed so far today back in those top three spots. Pavic just behind in fourth, trying to make a charge. Not quite going to do it. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Garrett Johnson in the lead. Fruth in second. O'Mara sets a charge. O'Mara now up to second. O'Mara takes the wide stance in Power Lodge corner. Fruth in second moves back up. Able to cut back down below O'Mara. O'Mara takes that outside smooth line through the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. Able to get a rocket start out of that corner. Not enough, though, to get past Fruth. O'Mara almost topsy-turvy, goes up and over. Able to hold on to it strong. It's still Johnson, Fruth, O'Mara, 1, 2, 3. Johnson's going to take the easy checker here, taking that win. But who's it going to be for second and third? Drag race to the end. O'Mara going to take second. Fruth going to take third. Race 13, transition 8 to 10 and junior 10 to 13. 10 to 13 class, we have the 952 of Jackson Rath and the 114 of Kate Onstead. In the transition 8 to 10 class, we have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, the 707 of Norman, 708 of Carlson, and the 816 of Speaker. Out front alone, though, with the early race lead, looks to be the 952 of Jackson Rath leading the charge. Looks like we're missing one racer out there. Rath takes the first flag. Lambrecht in second. Speaker in third. Norman in fourth. Carlson in fifth. It looks like Onstad's the one not to make it by this time, which makes Jackson Rath the sole racer in the junior 10 to 13 class right now. That means that Brantley Lambrecht, currently running second overall, is leading the transition 8 to 10 class with a side-by-side battle for third and fourth overall. Currently going to Speaker in third. As we got one rider going up and over, looks like that may have been the 707 of Easton going down. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Rath. It's Rath, Lambrecht, Speaker 1, 2, 3. Carlson back in fourth overall. Norman back to fifth. And just like that, one last time through the CNA Pro Skis left-hand corner on the southwest end of the track. Checkered flag is waving for your heat race winner, UP Cycling Sports, number 952 of Jackson Rath. Lambert going to finish second, Speaker going to finish third as we get ready for race 14. Race 14, junior 16 to 17 class, we have the 155 of Brody Esselman. In the 600 Open 18 plus class, we have the 068 of Peyton Smith and the 712 of Lane Peterson. Lane Peterson blew a motor earlier on today, had some sled issues. It looks like he's able to get back out there though. Green lights are a go. Peterson leading the charge. Esselman just on his side. And it's actually Smith who takes over. Smith, Peterson side by side up front. Esselman back in third. Taking the first green flag, Peterson with the lead, Smith in second, Esselman with a hard charge in third, clearing that start-finish line Fox tabletop. Esselman, the lone junior 16 to 17 racer, trying to show these old fogies how it's done. Out front, it's still Lane Peterson. He won the first race today, wasn't able to make it out for the feature last time by, but he's back and better than ever. White flag is out for Lane Peterson, one more lap to go. Side-by-side battle for second and third. That's the battle to watch here. Out front alone. Through the five-piece rhythm section. Checkered flag is out for your race winner. Sponsored by PlayState, it's going to Anoka's Lane Peterson taking the W. Esselman going to finish second. Peyton Smith rounding out your top three. Race 15, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 about to hit the track. Races 16, 17, and 18 should all be in the staging area. And race 19 and 20 should be making their way up if they haven't already so far. For race 15, we have the 6 of Gavin Peterson, the 61 of Zach Miller, and the 419 of Jeff Hansen as the only three riders to get podiums in this class today. We also have the 3 of Nyber, the 4Z of Forsland, the 5 of Wallace, the 10 of Koffler, the 11 of Kane, the 77 of Patton, the 95 of Chase Patton, 128 of O'Rourke, 198 of Bishop, 580 of Witham, 716 of Cordis, and the 725 of Dunham. Starter checks to make sure everyone is all ready to go. Gives the thumbs up. Lights are down and away we go. And with a rocket shot from the left-hand side, it's the 95 of Chase Patton with the hole shot and leading the way. Onto the front straightaway. Early race leader. Now it's actually the 419 of Jeff Hansen taking over the lead. Hansen now up to the number 1 spot. Cuts down on the 61 of Miller in second, and it's still the 95 of Chase Patton in third. Patton takes that rhythm section through the Woody's traction split lane. Doesn't do it for him. Back to third solely. Up front, it's still Hansen, Miller, Patton, 1, 2, 3. Hansen pulling away from the rest of the field with an open track ahead of him. Now we got a 3-sled battle for second, third, and fourth. Miller currently leading that. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Hansen. Don't count out the 6 of Gavin Peterson, though. He won the feature, and he's trying to come back. Peterson now up to second, cuts down on Miller as Chase Patton stalls it on the left-hand inside line of the Power Lodge corner. We got one sled losing a windshield on the front side. Get that debris off the track so we're all good to go. Out front, though, checkered flag is out for your new race winner today, the 419 of Jeff Hansen. 6 of Gavin Peterson going to finish second, and the 61 of Miller finishing third. Race 16 up next, Junior 14 to 17 and Junior Open. Junior Open class, we have the 712 of Lane Peterson, fresh off a heat race win. We also have the 198 of Brecken Bishop, the 155 of Brody Esselman, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly, as well as the 256 of Bowerly and the 521 of Olson. Looks like we have one sled come to a halt in the ROX Speed Effects left-hand corner split section. We're going to give our rider a chance to make his way back around the track and receive his windshield. Track is clear. Starter gives the okay. The lights drop, and there we go. It's a mad dash for the lead. Lane Peterson with the hole shot. Right behind him, the 198 of Brecken Bishop in second. And that might be Esselman in third. We've got a 3-wide battle for third, fourth, and fifth. Out front alone, though, Peterson leading the charge. Bishop in second, Esselman in third. 383 of Ryan Bowerly just outside in fourth, trying to make a move up onto that podium spot. Bowerly cuts down in front of Esselman. Bowerly now up to third, Esselman back to fourth. It's Peterson, Bishop, Esselman, Bowerly, Olson. White flag is out for Lane Peterson. One more lap to go for the 16-year-old. 383 of Bowerly up to third. Esselman back to fourth. 256 of Drew Bowerly in fifth. The battle still rages on for third and fourth. Checkered flag is out. Yet another heat race win on the day. The 712 of Playsted's Lane Peterson going to take the win. 198 of Brecken Bishop going to finish second, with the 383 of Ryan Bowerly rounding out our top three. Race 17 up next. Transition 8 to 12 combined about to hit the track. Races 18, 19, and 20 should be in the staging area. For the Transition 8 to 12 class, 3 riders making the cut. Guessing we're missing the 114 of Cade Onstad. He was missing earlier in a race. So out front and alone, it's going to end up being the 973 of Wyatt Strazy leading the charge this time by. Doffing in second, Olson in third. Strazy up and over, knocks down the Power Lodge flag. He is back up under his own power, but that was quite a tumble. He was moving on that inside lane. Couldn't get a handle of it up and over that first median, ducked down over onto the right-hand side, and just went up and over his handlebars. He's back up and racing again, but still a nasty crash. White flag is out for Doffing, who might be your new race winner. Olsen's not going without a hard-fought battle, though. Olsen in second, Doffing to the inside. Olsen starts to go outside, tucks down at the last minute. Olsen to the inside as well. Olsen decides to opt for the rhythm section. Doffing to the smooth outside line. Side by side through the hole shot corner. Doffing with the slight advantage. Olsen's right there, though. Doffing and Olsen both go high. Through the rhythm section one last time. Who's it gonna be? It's Doffing and Olsen, 1-2. Checkered flag is out. Drag race to the end, side by side. Doffing gonna take the win by a hair. Olsen gonna finish second. Strazy gonna finish third. Race 18, Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational. We have the 303 of Logan Fratellone, the 318 of Cade Chenard, the 77 of Zach John, the 32 of Nash Unzi, the 22 of John, and the 163 of Giuseppe. Out front alone. After a quick sled swap, it's going to be the 303 of Logan Fratellone leading the way. Right behind him, the 32 of Nash Unzi in second. And in third place, I think that's the 77 of Zach John. .163 in fourth, along with the 318 of Chenard. Chenard, fresh off a heat race win and finished second in the feature. Chenard swapped sleds with the now 303 of Logan Fratellone. Two teammates wanted to see how each other's sleds work, and it is definitely working for Fratellone. Fratellone out front by almost a full straightaway. Unzi in second. Now it's Chenard back up to third on the 318. Chenard now getting a hang of this sled. Sees what the new sled feels like, gets all situated. Chenard in third, Zach John back to fifth. And the 163 of Alex Gillespie in fourth. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner. The 303 of Logan Fratellone taking the W. Unzi finishing second. Chenard finishing third. Race 19, Ditch Banger Twins, Ditch Banger Triples, and Leaf Spring hitting the track. Races 20, 21, and 22 should all be in the staging area. Once again, all heat races should be in the staging area. Out front alone in this race 19, though, Ditch Banger Twins, Ditch Banger Triples, and Leaf Spring class. Your early race leader is going to be the 068 of Peyton Smith leading the charge. Behind him, the 731 of Jager Cordes, and the 61 of Zach Miller behind both of them. It's Smith, Cordes, Miller, 1, 2, 3. Then it's the 14 of Travis Johnson in fourth. With the 22 of Alex Smith rounding out your top five. Eight of our 12 racers making the call for this second heat race of the day. White flag is out side by side. Cordis with the slight advantage on the inside. Smith seems to be having problems as he's dropping back substantially. Smith was in the lead, lost 2 positions just on the straightaway. Cordis up to second. Miller side by side. Miller trying to make a charge for the lead. Miller through the rhythm section on the inside. Not going to work. Cordis with the high line. It's Cordis, Miller, Smith, 1, 2, 3. A little bit of space before we get back to the 14 of Johnson. Checkered flag is in their sights. One last corner to go. Your race win is going to go to Cordis on the 731. Miller's going to take second. And Smith is going to round out your top 3. Race 20 up next. 3 races left in our second half of the heats. Ditch Banger 90 to 99. We have the 14 of Jacobson with the clean sweep so far. The 8 of Alex Peterson racing for Polaris, Walker Evans, Judnick Motorsports. We have the 318 of Logan Fratellone and the 732 of Terry Luminen. Only 5 of our scheduled 11 racers making the call this time. More than half of our field not showing up for heat race number 2. Our leader getting all sorts of topsy-turvy. He's able to save it, though. You know him. You love him. It's the 14 of Johnny Jacobson leading the way. The 318 of Fratellone right behind him. 235 of Roser in third. Then in fourth, it's the 98 and the 621. Cole and Weiland in fourth and fifth. White flag is out. One more lap to go, and we've got company with our leader. Jacobson in the lead. The 318 of Fratellone trying to muscle his way up into first. Don't count out the 235 of Roser also. Roser's still sitting there pretty in a podium position. 98 and 621. It's Cole and Weiland fourth and fifth. Checkered flag is out for your race winner. Black Magic Motorsports, traction by Studboy, going to take the win. Johnny Jacobson. Fratellone going to finish second. Roser third. Up next, race 21, plus 30 Snowcross. We have the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 541 of Kurt Wurzberger, the 110 of Josh Belter, 15 of Stuber, 221 of Jenkins, and the 901 of Buckles. Lights are down. Buckles with the lead. Buckles going to get the whole shot on the 110, but now we're 3 wide through the whole shot. O'Mara taking over the lead. O'Mara now up to 1. The 110 of Bolter in second. First lap in the books for O'Mara. The 541 of Wurzberger up to second. Bolter in third. Buckles in fourth. Stauber in fifth. And the 221 of Jenkins rounding out your 6. O'Mara pulling away from the rest of the field. Wurzberger about half a straightaway behind him. Then it's the 110 of Bolter, but Bolter's got company. Stauber on the outside. Stauber now up to third. Bolter's podiumed every race so far today. He wants to make sure he does that again, so he's going to put it on hard for Stuber. White flag is out for O'Mara. One more lap to go for the O'Mara Motorsports Thomas Snow Sports sponsored racer. Wurzberger in second for Josh Bolter Construction. And it's Stuber now lone up in third spot all by himself. Stuber on the 15 racing out of New Ulm. First time on the podium today. Gonna try to hold on to that and keep it sane. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for O'Mara Motorsports. Thomas Snow Sports, number 26 is Zach O'Mara. 541 of Kurt Wurzberger going to take second. And for the first time today, it's the 15 of Jason Stuber finishing third. Last heat race of the day, WSA X 440, 600 and open classes. Green lights are out. 4 of the 5 sleds making the call. Three wide for second, third, and fourth at the back of the field. Out front, there's one alone. And it looks to be the 198 of Brecken Bishop. Bishop leading the charge. It's the 77 right behind him, along with the 731 of Cordis and the 61 of Miller in third, or fourth. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Bishop. The 77 right behind him. Miller to the inside. Miller now up to second. I believe that's Gavin Peterson in the third place spot on the 77. Checkered flag is out, even spacing throughout the field. One last time onto the front stretch for our heat races. Give it up for your winner, the 139 Designs Cast Iron Bar and Grill. Amy Jordahl, State Farm Agent, number 198 of Brecken Bishop, taking the win. 61 of Miller going to finish second. Peterson going to round out your top three. Just like that, we have our groomer on track. We're going to take another quick intermission before we get to our final section of racing for the day, finals number 2. We will see you guys back here in about 10-15 minutes.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
Huh? Ready? Oh, gotcha. Let me know when I'm all good.
Oh yeah, if you want to do it by my sled, it's down there.
Ready?
I think we'll do it right here. Alrighty guys, we're back. I'm Zach Bailey with MBTV Motorsports, where we are chatting with Cashton. Again, we wanted to make sure that everything was good. We had some audio difficulties going on at the beginning, so we got Cashton Nelson here. Just wanted to chat for a few seconds. How you doing today, Cashton?
Good.
That's good. I'm glad I get to chat with you again. So we saw you out there. You're doing pretty great today. So tell us about the track. Tell us about your racing. What are your thoughts so far today?
It's going good. I just took fourth, but I almost took third. I'm having fun.
I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. When we were chatting earlier, you were saying that the track was a little rough in sections. How do you think it's doing so far? What's your favorite spot? You know, what are some areas that you're still trying to work on?
My area that I'm working on is that corner or this corner right here. And I'm working on that over there. But my favorite part of the track is that jump over there.
Nice. We love to hear it. You brought it up. You almost got on the podium for that heat race. What are you thinking about doing differently this time by? Think you're going to try to get up into one of those top 3 spots?
Yeah, I think I'm going to take second or third.
Nice. We love to see it. And last question for you. So, you know, we need a lot of help to make sure that we're all out here. Do you have any family, friends, sponsors that you want to thank?
I'm going to thank you to ERX, Stud Boy, Nelson Racing, and that's it.
Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much, Cashton, for coming out here racing today. Good luck during your last 2 races of the day. Here with Lane Peterson. He's been racing a couple classes out here today. Lane, we were chatting earlier. You had some issues during that first round of features, but you were back better than ever during that second round of heats. Tell me about what all's been going on today.
So we threw in some new reeds in the sled. My sled kind of ate the reeds earlier. We've been just kind of out here having fun, trying to place and just do a little bit better. Bishop tried to close the door on me earlier today, but we came back and we got him in the second heat. Hopefully we can actually make the final this time. We won't blow through a reed. Oh, shoot. And hopefully we won't blow through another set of reeds. I blew through like 3 reeds. Yeah.
Nice. So tell me about the track out there. What's your favorite part of the track right now? What's a part you're struggling with, trying to work on a bit?
So I'd say a favorite part of the track is this little bit of double sections right through here. They'll start riding it, and like throughout the races it starts to get like pretty deep, and you can get a little bit of a pop and you can get through it faster. Part I'm struggling with is kind of the switchback over here. We're kind of cutting in the corner a little bit and gaining a little bit more speed. Hopefully we can hit it a little bit faster and make up some time.
Definitely. And I mean, like I said, you've been killing it so far, but any other improvements that you're trying to make here during these final features?
No, not really. I'm just out here to have fun.
Awesome. We love to hear it. Then last thing, you know, I always like to hit on it. We wouldn't be out here without family, friends, sponsors. Anyone that you want to thank for your time out here?
I would like to thank my buddy Craig, Cruz, Sam, the whole flagging crew, all my sponsors, JP Premier Excavating, Playsteads, Lano, Minnesota Equipment, FXR, Hydropower, Ride MN, and just everyone else that helps me out here. It isn't just a lone man battle. It's me and my mechanic spending nights in the trailer. I mean, dude, we were out here last night until almost 12:30 just working on the sleds.
Nice, nice. Well, hey, thank you so much for taking a couple minutes to chat with us. Good luck out there, Lane. Enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome back to our final round of racing here for round number 6 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here. We had 2 rounds of racing earlier today, 2 last night, and we are back for our final round of racing. Race number 1 just hit the track, 120 improved stock and 200 open. 22 races left in today's event. Starting out strong, leading this first part of the race number 1. He's led every other race so far today. The 939 of Everett Storley leading the charge. He's got company, though. Side by side, it's the 929 of Walter Strazy in second, with the 612 of Jace Wurzberger right behind them in third. These 3 racers have finished 1, 2, 3 all day long, and they're trying to make sure that they have another podium on their belts as we finish today's events. Storley out front, Strazy in second, Wurzberger in third. The rest of the pack in tow behind them. Checkered flag is in their sights. One last jump to go. And just like that, he's swept the day. 939 of Everett Storley taking the win for Stud Boy, the garage door doctor. 929 of Strazy finishing second, Wurzberger in third. Race number 2, our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. It's going to see the 357 of Carson Krochik, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, the 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 75 of Schmeideker, the 140 of Gorsinger, and the 202 of Weisbrod. Starter checks to make sure they're all ready to go. Lights are out and away we go. It's a drag race to the hole shot. 2 sleds side by side. Through and around that first corner. It's 1 sled out front, a nice side-by-side battle going for second and third right behind, but we might try to make this a 3-sled battle for the lead. One of them going sideways. It's 3-way up to the front. White flag is out, and it's the 8 of Leo Schmeideker currently leading the pack, the 3 of Cashton Nelson right behind them. Schmeideker, Nelson 1-2. Nelson takes a look on that outside line, tries to peek on down beneath, not quite able to make the pass stick. It's still the 8 of Leo Schmeideker in the lead, Nelson in second, and I believe that might be the 75 of Addison Schmeideker in third. Getting some issues from the inside, though, as Carson Krochik on the 357 tries to sneak by. Krochik with the early win today, trying to get back on the podium for this final feature. Bumping and banging our top 2 and our second 2. All 4 riders up front. It's a who's who for what this podium's going to look like. Checkered flag is out. One last left-hand turn onto the front straightaway. We have a swap for the lead. New leader, checkered flag. Who's it going to be? A drag race. It's the 8 of Leo Schmeideker taking the win by a hair. The 357 of Krochik finishing second. And the 3 of Cashton Nelson rounding out your top 3. Race 3, 200 stock 9 to 12, heat 1 of 2. We have the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 281 of Wyatt Miller, the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, the 13 of Waldock, the 20 of Olson, the 26 of Waldock, the 311R of Pellet, and the 612 of Wurzberger. 9 racers. 8 racers out there, my bad, and the 524 of Michael Rambo taking the whole shot, leading the race early on. He's won 2 of the 3 races earlier today in this class, won the first feature, won our last heat race, trying to make it 3 for 4 in this class. White flag is out, 1 more lap to go for Rambo. Lambrecht in second, and it's the 281 of Wyatt Miller in third. Miller peeks down to the inside of Lambrecht. Lambrecht shuts the door on him. Lambrecht holds on to second. Wyatt Miller in third. Jace Wurzberger just outside in the top 4. Rambo, Lambrecht, Miller, Wurzberger, your top 4, all evenly spaced, about 3 sled lengths in between each one. Little bit of space before we get back to the 311R of Pellet in 5th. One last time into that 5-pack rhythm section over on the west end of the track. It's Rambo leading the charge onto the front straightaway over that double. Checkered flag is out. Michael Rambo going to take the win for Donlinger Ford, WPS, and Fly Racing. Lambrecht going to finish second. Miller going to round out your podium. That was Heat 1. Heat 2 is looking like this for us. The 939 of Everett Storley, the 122 of Carson May, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 17 of Owen, the 20X of Olson, the 388 of Bowerly, the 545 of De Bruin, and the 708 of Carlson. 8 racers getting the green light for this second heat of the 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Side-by-side battle. Who's going to get the whole shot? Slight advantage to the inside rider. Looks to be the 939 of Storley, I believe. Storley taking the whole shot, leading the charge, already about 7 or 8 sled lengths ahead of second place, where it's the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer holding on to the 2 spot. May in third, a little bit of space before we get back to the 708 of J.C. Carlson in fourth, and the 17 of Owen in fifth. Owen takes the inside line, Carlson to the outside. Owen able to get the slight advantage, but Carlson shuts the door. Carlson still holds on to fourth solely. Owen moves back to sixth as we see the 388 of Bowerly move up to fifth. Owen seems to have some issues. Owen stalled on the inside rhythm section of the Woody's traction split lane. Out front alone, though, led the charge almost all day. It's Everett Storley, who's going to go 3 for 4 in this class. Checkered flag is out. Storley going to take the win for the double wide Krups Resort, the garage door doctor. Reinhofer going to finish second. May going to round out your top 3 for heat number 2. Race 5 about to hit the track. Races 6, 7, and 8 should be in the staging area right now. For race 5, our 120 stock class, an absolutely packed house here. 15 racers. We have the 25C of Clay Christensen, the 100 of August Nelson, the 100X of Cash Johnson, the 122X of Jack Erickson, the 215 of Clay Lang, the 412 of Owen Carty, 4Z of Jenkins, 7 of Schultz, 10 of Schultz, 25B of Nelson, 84X of Jenkins, 126 of Stanek, 555 of Mickelson, 623 of Labs, 820 of Short, 829 of Letourneau, and the 905 of Abraham. Starter checks our lineup, make sure we're all good to go. The thumbs up are received. We have one sled hopping the start a bit. We're going to hold them. There we go. We got a good start this time by. Early race leader won way out front. 126 of Riley Stanek going to take the whole shot. Stanek hasn't made the podium yet today. Going to lead this first portion of the lap side by side for the first and second spot. Stanek with the slight advantage. Stanek leading the way. Taking that CNA Pro Skis left-hand corner onto the front stretch. The 126 of Riley Stanek going to lead the charge and take the white flag. 1 lap to go for Stanek. Right behind Stanek's the 412 of Owen Carty in second and the 215 of Clay Lang in third. Don't count out the 100 of August Nelson in fourth, though. Nelson side by side with Lang trying to take over that final podium spot. Nelson's podiumed every race so far in this class today, trying to make it 4 for 4. Lang, on the other hand, has only podiumed once, wants to get up in the mix and make it at least a half and half for him. Stanek's pushed back to second, out front alone now. It's the 412 of Owen Carty out of Asani, Minnesota. Carty, only 6 years young, trying to get a feature race in under the books, was able to get the heat race win last time by, wants to make it a feature. Single file throughout the pack. Checkered flag is waving for our soon-to-be feature race winner. Sponsored by Rick's Plumbing, Storby Bros Underground Utilities, and Haven Homes. Give it up for the Asani native, the 412 of Owen Carty taking the win. 126 of Riley Stanek going to finish second, and the 215 of Clay Lang going to round out your top 3. Race 6, junior girls about to hit the track. Race 7 and 8, 200 stock 4 to 8, heats 1 and 2, as well as race 9, Snowbike Open should all be in staging. Race 10, junior ditch bangers, and race 11, Pro 206 should all be making your way up to the staging area if you're not already. For race 6, though, we have 3 competitors. Last time around, they had a complete inverse in the finishing positions. We had your heat race winner, the 311R of Leah Pellet. 619 of Aubrey Erickson finished second, and the 708 of JC Carlson rounded out your top 3. We're going to see what we might be able to do this time by 3 racers. Junior girls race number 6 about to hit the track. Lights are out and away we go. Erickson with the big jump. Erickson leading the way. Carlson in second, Pellet in third. Erickson's going to take the whole shot, lead the pack into the Racing X left-hand corner in the northwest side of the track. Just like that, Carlson's able to duck underneath. We're side by side through that 5-pack rhythm section. Carlson with the preferred line, able to sneak on down. Erickson's putting up a fight. Side by side, white flag is out. Carlson with the advantage. Carlson going to lead the first lap. Erickson to the inside, trying to duck inside. Erickson with the inside line on the Power Lodge split lane corner. Carlson to the outside. Carlson still your leader. Erickson right behind in second. Pellet holding on to third, soft and strong. And just like that, Carlson is able to pull away with now a 10-12 sled advantage over the 619 of Aubrey Erickson. It's Carlson, Erickson, Pellet, 1, 2, 3, all evenly spaced throughout the track. And one last time, up over the Fox tabletop finish line. Checkered flag is out for the Litchfield, Minnesota native. JC Carlson taking the W. Aubrey Erickson finishing second. Pellet rounding out your top 3. Green flag is out for heat number 1 of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. We have the 10R of Ryder Bitson, the 102 of Breck May, the 517 of Noah Abraham, the 524 of Michael Rambo. And the whole shot is going to go to the 102 of Breck May. Breck May, your early race leader. Rambo hot on his tail in second. And I think that might be Abraham in third on the 517. Just like that, Rambo able to make the pass. Rambo up to 1. May in second. Abraham in third. Bitson in fourth. But Bitson's got company right behind him. The 99 of Easton Geyer trying to get into the mix. Geyer rounding out the top 5, and it's the 409 of Hayes Carlson just behind them in 6th. Rambo able to pull away from the rest of the field, trying to get all that drama behind him. Doesn't want to get caught up in anything. Breck May has his full share going on, though. May currently in second, leading a charge. As we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 rider battle, soon to be 5 rider battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Checkered flag is out one last time up and over the double. It's going to be Michael Rambo taking the win for Fly Racing and Ryan Benjamin Real Estate. Side by side for second and third, almost too close to say. I think it might be May with the slight advantage over Geyer. Heat 2. The 910 of Henrik Storley, the 989 of Custodio, the 23 of Peterson, the 85 of Neifel, 202 of Ford, 216 of Lang, 410 of Lance, 618 of Potsky, 729 of Olson, and 823 of Schoen. But your early race leader, it's going to be the 910 of Henrik Storley taking the whole shot, leading the charge, less than half a lap down and already about 6 to 10 sled lengths ahead of second place. White flag is out. 1 lap to go for Henrik Storley to complete a clean sweep on the day. Liam Peterson in second. The 216 of Lang in third. Lang hasn't even podiumed today, trying to make one for the day. Custodio right behind him in fourth. It's Storley, Peterson, Lang, 1, 2, 3. Custodio, Neifel rounding out your top 5. Side by side battle for the lead. Peterson looks to the inside. Doesn't want to let Storley take this clean sweep away. Bumping and banging up to the checkered flag. It's a drag race to the line. Who's it going to be? Storley with the slight advantage. Peterson with a hard-fought battle, going to finish second. Lang rounding out your podium. Race 9 up next, Snowbike Open. We have 3 timber sleds out there looking for the clean sweep. The 714 of Braden Strom, the 7 of Austin Fridgen, and the 34 of Sawyer Dilbeck. Side by side for the whole shot. I believe the whole shot's going to go to the 714 of Braden Strom. And I take it back. It's the 7 of Austin Fridgen getting the whole shot and leading the first lap. Strom in second, Dilbeck in third. It's Fridgen, Strom, Dilbeck, 1, 2, 3, and Fridgen is pulling away from the rest of the field. Fridgen led the first couple laps of the previous heat, ended up going down in that section that he was just in, finished third, and now he's leading the charge with almost a full straightaway advantage over the second place rider, the 714 of Braden Strom. Looks like Sawyer Dilbeck went down over on that left-hand corner. Dilbeck back up and ready to go. Half a straightaway advantage. White flag is out. Only 2 straightaways left for Fridgen to become a feature race winner. Checkered flag is out. Red River Adventures give it up for feature race winner Austin Fridgen. Strom going to finish second. Dilbeck rounding out your top 3. Race 10 is your junior ditch banger, 13 to 17 and 10 to 13 class. We have the 726 of Lucas Hollicky, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly, the 71 of Owen Hamilton, the 521 of Olson, the 942 of Strazy, the 5 of Wallace, the 17 of Gluns, the 25W of Christensen, the 27 of Scott, and the 59 of Knighton. Knighton with a nice early race charge. Not going to get the whole shot, though, in second. Whole shot is going to go to the 726 of Lucas Hollicky. He's led every race so far today, looking for the clean sweep here, as we have Knighton going up and over in that first turn. Out front, it's Hollicky with almost a straightaway advantage over the 71 of Hamilton and the 383 of Bowerly in third. Olson in fourth, 942 of Strazy in fifth. We got two sleds down over in the X Racing left-hand corner in the northwest side. Might get some close racing action here going between at least our second and third place competitors. The 71 of Hamilton currently in second, the 383 of Bowerly in third, trying to make some swaps and moves over there. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Lucas Hollicky on the 726. Side-by-side drag race to the line. It's the 71 of Hamilton with the 383 of Bowerly trying to pull him in. Bowerly goes to the outside. Hamilton to the inside line. Hamilton with the slight advantage. Moves up, pushes around, swaps and bangs. It's still Hamilton out front. Bowerly with the smooth outside line trying to get a rocket start going. We have another sled up and around over on that left-hand corner in the northwest side. Hollicky's going to get by fine, but our battle for second and third rages on behind it. Checkered flag is out. Lucas Hollicky going to take the win for Happy Holstein Dairy S&B Diesel Truck Repair, but who's got second? Right now, it's the 71 of Hamilton who's going to take that spot. 383 of Bowerly going to finish third. Race 11, Pro 206 up next. Races 12, 13, 14 should be in staging. 15, 16, 17 should be on their way to staging. Lights are out for Pro 206, leading the way, looking for the clean sweep. It's the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer leading the charge. Right behind him, the 25K of Cashton Nelson. We interviewed him earlier today. He said he was hoping to get second in this race. He looks like he might be able to do it this time. Nelson holding on to a solid second place right now, but he's got company just behind him. Looks to be the 517 of Abraham in third. Looking underneath, looking above, trying to find any option that he can to get by Nelson. It's Reinhofer, Nelson, Abraham, 1, 2, 3. Then it's Chase Reinhofer in fourth, and the 612 of Wurzburger in fifth. Checkered flag is out. Reinhofer with the win. Nelson going to finish second, and Abraham finishing third to clear your podium. Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational out now. We've had 3 podium placers in this class today. The 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, and the 506 of Garrett Johnson. And it looks like your early race leader is going to be the 623 of Mike Pellet leading the way. 506 of Garrett Johnson able to sneak on down to the inside with the 7 of Brian Schultz rounding out your top 3. Your second and third place riders haven't even gotten on the podium today yet, but they're trying to do so during this second feature of the day. Johnson out front looking to make it 3 for 4 on wins in the Thomas Snow Sport class today. A new class we just started offering this weekend here. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Johnson. 6:23.7 side by side, but it's Fruth making moves up on the outside. Fruth now up to third, setting his sights on second. Fruth with the slight advantage from second, going on through the Rock Speed FX corner. It's still Pellet and Fruth. Fruth now with the slight advantage. Fruth up to second, Pellet back to third. The 7 of Schultz in fourth, and just as I say it, Pellet goes high, Schultz up to third. Checkered flag is out. Johnson gonna take the win. Fruth in second. The 7 of Schultz rounding out your top 3. Race 13, junior 10 to 13. We have the 952 of Jackson Rath. In the 8 to 10 class, we have the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, the 816 of Speaker, the 707 of Norman, and the 708 of Carlson. Rath going to take the early lead, get that whole shot going, lead the charge through that 5-pack rhythm section on the back end. It's Rath, Speaker, Lambrecht, 1, 2, 3. Speaker currently leading the transition 8 to 10 class. Lambrecht trying to take that over. Lambrecht's been the leader in that class all day so far, looking for a clean sweep in the 8 to 10 class. Speaker doing everything he can to get his name up on that board. White flag is out. One more lap in the books for Rath. Speaker back up to second. Lambrecht back to third. It's Rath, Speaker, Lambrecht, 1, 2, 3. Lambrecht looks low. Speaker cuts down on him. Speaker holds on to second, but now don't count out the 707 of Easton Norman. Norman trying to get into the mix to get an overall podium position. Checkered flag is out for UP Cycle and Sports. 952 of Jackson Rath going to take the overall win and the win in the junior 10 to 13 class. Now it's a who's who for transition 8 to 10. Cuts down to the inside. Checkered flag is in sight. Drag race to the end. Lambrecht with the slight advantage. Speaker going to finish second in the 8 to 10 class. Norman going to finish third. Race 14, 600 open, 18 plus, has the 712 of Lane Peterson and the 68 of Peyton Smith. Junior 16 to 17 has the 155 of Brody Esselman. Lights are out and away we go. Smith with the hole shot. Peterson right behind. Esselman rounding out the three sled field. Smith, Peterson, Esselman, 1, 2, 3. Smith goes to the outside. Peterson cuts down low. Gonna work wonders for Peterson. Lane Peterson up to the lead. Smith back to second. Esselman waiting in the wings for something to go his way. Peterson, your new race leader. Smith in second overall. Brody Esselman rounding out your top 3, the only rider in the junior 16 to 17 class. White flag is out. Peterson got one more lap to go. Esselman moves up to second overall from Smith. Smith back to third overall. Now Esselman setting his sights on Peterson. One last time through the rhythm section. That left-hand corner through the CNA Pro Skis section. Checkered flag is out for Lane Peterson taking the win. Esselman going to finish second. Smith rounding out your top 3. In the Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009 class, we have 3 riders who have gotten podiums yet today. The 61 of Zach Miller, the 6 of Gavin Peterson, and the 419 of Jeff Hansen. Out front, though, side by side, battling for the early lead, it's the 61 of Miller and the 6 of Peterson. Peterson with the slight advantage over the start-finish line jump. Then it's the 198 of Bishop in third, with company from the 419 of Jeff Hansen right behind in fourth. In fifth, it's the 95 of Chase Patton rounding out your top 5. Up front, however, it's still Peterson, Miller, Bishop 1, 2, 3. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Gavin Peterson from Chisago City, Minnesota. Peterson takes the inside line, Miller to the outside, Bishop to the inside, Hansen to the outside. Each one trying to go past the other. We have 4 sleds battling at the front of the pack. A 2-wide battle for the lead, a 2-wide battle for that final podium spot. Half a lap left to go. It's Peterson, Miller, Bishop, Hansen, 1, 2, 3, 4. Single file in through the 5 bump rhythm section throughout the west end of the track. Checkered flag is out for FTA 6D Skidoo Bikeman Performances. Number 6 of Gavin Peterson taking the win. Miller going to finish second. Bishop rounding out your top 3. Race 16, we have the 712 of Lane Peterson, fresh off a feature win in the Junior Open class. In the Junior 14 to 17 class, the 155 of Brody Esselman, the 198 of Brecken Bishop, the 383 of Ryan Bowerly, the 256 of Bowerly, and the 521 of Olson. We're going to let one of our racers finish up their race. I believe it's the 11 of Tom Kane. Seems to be putting in an extra lap here. We check our junior riders. Lights are green and away we go. The 198 of Bishop with a rocket start taking the whole shot. And the 383 of Bowerly in second. At the line, it's Bishop, Bowerly, and a 3-way battle for third, fourth, and fifth. Early advantage to Drew Bowerly. Esselman in there, Peterson in there. Now it looks to be Esselman up to third solely. Peterson back in fourth. Drew Bowerly back to fifth. Up front, it's still Bishop and Ryan Bowerly, 1 and 2. Esselman has secured that third place spot. Peterson running fourth overall, currently the lone rider in the Junior Open class. White flag is out, one more lap to go for Bishop and Bowerly and Esselman. Single file throughout the field, evenly spaced. 1 lap left to go. One last time through that 5-pack rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Doubling through. We got one rider going down. Ryan Bowerly was in second overall. Goes down through the rhythm section. Brecken Bishop going to take the win for Horizon Retail Construction Fowler Parts Service. Esselman in second. Peterson rounding out your top 3. Race 17 about to hit the track. Races 18, 19, and 20 should be in the staging area, with 21 and 22 making your way up to staging. Three sleds making the call for transition 8 to 12 combined. 973 of Wyatt Strazy going to get the whole shot. It's Strazy, Doffing, Olson, 1, 2, 3. Strazy with the early lead. Doffing looking to the inside, trying to take that over. Doffing won the heat race. Strazy ended up finishing third. Strazy's trying to get his first W of the day. As a quick reminder, we couldn't have been here this weekend without some of our sponsors. 3 of our main sponsors, Aeroplax Corporation, Bodywise Chiropractic Center, and Hunter Hool Memorial Foundation. Not only are they our streaming sponsors here, allowing us to give you guys some free live streaming coverage through mbtvsports.com, but they are also some of our premier sponsors for the 2025 Sunday Funday series. We want to make sure we thank them, give them a huge shout out. If you guys see them out in the community, thank them for helping out with our causes here, along with CNA Pro Skis, CF Moto Generators, Fox, Henko Utilities, Husqvarna, Studboy Traction, and Woody's Traction. In the transition 8 to 12 class, one last time through that rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Checkered flag is flying. Out of Elko, Minnesota, the 12-year-old Wyatt Strazy going to take the win. Doffing going to finish second. Olson going to round out your podium. Race 18, Almost Pro Ditch Banger Invitational. We've been all over the board with this one. We have dual 318s out there. The black 318 will be Cade Chenard. The red 318 will be Logan Fratellone. We have the 77 of Zach John, the 32 of Nash Unzi, the 22 of Fletcher John, and the 163 of Alex Gillespie. Out front with the early lead, however, it's the 77 of Zach John leading the way. 32 of Unzi and the 22 of Fletcher John in second and third, respectively. Then we have the 2 318s right behind of Fratellone and Chenard. All across the board, moves being made, bumping and banging. The only constant is that out front, right as I say it, it's not even constant anymore. We have the 32 now of Nash Unzi making their way up, I believe. My apologies, it's the 22. The 22 of Fletcher John leading this lap. 163 of Alex Gillespie. Now those 2 front riders out there haven't even made the podium all day. They're now your first and second runner in this race. Fletcher John leading the pack. Gillespie in second. It's the 32 of Unzi in third. The 318 of Fratellone in fourth. Chenard in fifth. And Zach John, after getting the whole shot, rounding out your 6-sled field. White flag is out. One more lap to go. A race down to the checkered for our 2 non-podium racers. And the win is going to go to the 22 of Fletcher John. 22 of Fletcher John taking the win. 168 of Alex Gillespie going to finish second. Race 19 hitting the track now. Ditch Banger Twins, Leaf Spring, and Ditch Banger Triples. Whole shot, however, going to go to the 61 of Zach Miller leading the charge. Miller with the early race lead. Making that left-hander onto the front stretch. Peyton Smith in second. And it's the 731 of Jager Cordes rounding out your podium. Just outside in the top 5, we have the 14 of Travis Johnson and the 022 of Alex Smith. Johnson in a Smith sandwich. Peyton Smith ahead of him. Alex Smith behind him. Out front, though, he won the first heat race of the day, finished second in the last heat race. Zach Miller might be looking to get his first feature race win of the day. It's Miller, Smith, Cordes, 1, 2, 3. Then Smith, Johnson in 4th and 5th. Followed by the 580 of Brian Witham and the 284 of Curtis Turner right behind in 6th and 7th. Race 19 on the track. Races 20, 21, and 22, our final 3 races of the day, should all be in the staging area. But out front alone, he led it flag to flag. Give it up for Zimmerman, Minnesota's Miller Angus sponsored racer, Zach Miller on the 61. Side by side for second, it's going to go to Smith getting second. Cordes rounding out your top 3. Race 20 up next, ditch banger 90 to 99. Looking for the clean sweep, it's the 14 of Johnny Jacobson, sponsored by Black Magic and traction by Stud Boy. We have the 8 of Alex Peterson, the 235 of Spencer Roser, the 318 of Logan Fratellone, the 732 of Luminen, and then the rest of the crew in tow. 6 of our 11 racers making the call. The 14 of Jacobson going to get the whole shot. He's led every other race today. Going to try to make it a clean sweep, 4 for 4. Jacobson in the lead, but he's got the 318 of Fratellone hot on his tail, along with the 8 of Peterson just behind them. Peterson up and over, gets stuck on Fratellone. Peterson down. Peterson went to make the pass, didn't end up working for him, got caught with Fratellone. Fratellone in second now with the 235, I believe, of Spencer Roser now moving up to third. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Jacobson to complete this clean sweep on the day. For that instant replay, you see them all go into that left-hand Power Lodge corner. Fratellone on the outside, Peterson on the inside. Peterson goes up and over, gets caught. Let's take a look at that one more time. Gets a little sideways. Just gets over on the berm. Not the way he wanted to. Out front, though, checkered flag is flying for Black Magic Motorsports, Conklin Arctic, CNA Pro Skis, traction by Stud Boy, number 14 of Johnny Jacobson taking the win. 318 of Fratellone going to finish second. And it's the 235 of Spencer Roser rounding out your podium. Race 21, plus 30 Snowcross. We have the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 15 of Stuber, the 110 of Bolter, the 221 of Jenkins, the 541 of Wurzburger, and the 901 of Buckles. Looks like we had 2 sleds get into each other in the last class over on that X Racing left-hand corner in the northwest end of the track. We're going to make sure that we get them all cleared before we get going with some plus 30 Snowcross. As another quick reminder, we had a doubleheader here this weekend for rounds 5 and 6 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. We'll be back next weekend for another doubleheader, rounds 7 and 8, Saturday, February 8th, Sunday, February 9th, back here at ERX Motor Park. Lights are green and away we go. It's the 541 of Wurzburger out front. Würzburger with the early lead. He took our first feature race of the day. Finished second in both heats, trying to make it 2 for 2 on feature wins. Würzburger to the inside. On the outside, however, it's Zach O'Mara. A heat race win. 2 heat race wins today. So we've got our feature winner and our 2 heat race winners out there leading the pack, trying to show the rest of the crowd how it's done. Würzburger has it. O'Mara wants it. O'Mara looks to the inside through that rhythm section. Not going to be able to make the pass that time by. 15 of Stuber right behind them. Through that 5-pack rhythm section over on the west end. O'Mara doubling out of it, able to gain a little bit of speed on Würzburger. White flag is out, side by side. O'Mara with the advantage over the Fox start-finish line jump. It's O'Mara, Würzburger, Stuber 1, 2, 3, just outside, and fourth, the 110 of Josh Bolter hanging out. And just like that, O'Mara is able to pull away from Würzburger. Found the pace he needed. Now the battle's for third and fourth. Stuber has it. Bolter wants it. Checkered flag is out for the O'Mara Motorsports. Thomas Snow Sports, number 26 of Zach O'Mara taking the win. Würzburger going to finish second. And it's a drag race to the line. Checkered flag. Side by side. It may have been Stuber, but don't quote me on that. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's our last race of the day. We've been here for 2 rounds of heats, 2 rounds of features. But here it is. This is where all the money goes. Our final race, the WSA-X classes. We have 5 racers out there. And the current leader is the 198 of Brecken Bishop leading the crowd. Behind them, we have the 77. The 61 of Miller in third. Cordes in fourth. And the 6 of Peterson rounding out your top 5. I believe that's Mitchell Fruth on the 77. Fruth back to second. Fruth back to third. Miller up to second. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for round number 6 of our 2025 Sunday Funday series. Bishop with almost a straightaway advantage. It's Bishop, Miller, Fruth, Cordes, Peterson, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One last time through the Woody's Traction split lane section. Bishop takes the outside line. Miller to the inside. Cordes on the inside as well, trying to get by Fruth. Side-by-side battle for third. Fruth has it. Cordes wants it. Fruth with the slight advantage. Cordes ducks down underneath, trying to get over onto the podium. He's able to do it through the rhythm section. New third-place rider. Out front, though, 139 Designs, Horizon Retail Construction going to take the win with Brecken Bishop. Miller finishing second. Cordes going to round out your top 3. Alrighty, folks, I want to thank you all for joining us here this weekend. As a reminder, we will be back next weekend for another doubleheader. Rounds 7 and 8 on Saturday, February 8th, Sunday, February 9th. Registration and gates open at 1 p.m. on Saturday. Riders meeting at 3:15, practice at 4, heat races at 4:45, and some music by Tony Cacchetti at 8 p.m. In the meantime, on behalf of everyone here at ERX Motor Park and MBTV Sports, I'd like to thank you all for coming out. And as a reminder, racing is for the track only. Drive safe, everyone.
Freight is the backbone of the country. And as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 20 plus years.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.